Here we are together again on the internet. Architects of Humanity. I'm your host, Max Stout. The internet is a surveillance system. Yes, that is the title of the stream. And it is what it is. It's like people will be attracted to this, like myself and many others. The internet is is an amazing form of self surveillance and government surveillance, just basically surveillance when we think about it. It's a surveillance that we love. I have to admit, man, I'm highly addicted to it. And I wonder, how can I use this? Or is it using me? I find out that I think I'm the user, but I'm the one being used. The manipulator realizes that they are the manipulated. And that was actually one of Bill Clinton's favorite quotes. I was just like, man, these guys are geniuses on a level of psychology that is straight genius. And if we don't realize that ourselves, then what happens? We become manipulated. Some people don't care. We already know the majority of the population are happy with being in the lab, in the zoo, on the farm. I mean, um, I was checking some of number games with Zachary Hubbard, his stream from the one we did last night. He did one on Soylent Green, which I advocate everybody check out. He was getting deep on it with the cemeteries. And somebody had mentioned that came on about the liquefaction. I remember there was a video about that. And, you think about it, hey, there you don't see new cemeteries being built. It's as if they have them already, and that's it. And just all you got to do is the math. Mathematics, the science of math, debunks so many things with logic. We see when you do math, you start to say, wait a second, that's improbable with the numbers. We see this with life, with forming of life. We say, wait, the complex life forms and how this would be formed and the amount of time it would take to form that. It's not happening by chance. And when we look at people with the death rate versus the birth rate, right? Now, no matter what the birth rate is, that's not really to be taken into consideration unless the children are stillbirth or something happens to them. Because if we're dealing with the death rate on the cemeteries, we got to say, all right, where are all these people going? What are they be putting into? And Idaho does have a law that prevents cannibalism. Mr. X, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, man. Glad you're streaming. This will be
Yeah,
good.
man. I figured you're off tonight too, so you can hang out or something, or are you working?
So far, I'm off unless there's an emergency and they call me last minute.
Oh,
So,
that's cool. That's cool. GP, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man. Yeah, the internet. When we had Mr. Sosa on, William Armand Sosa, and he brought up that amazing. I mean, it stuck with me. It's with me. It's to think that physical matter may have been created by who knows what.
right.
Some people think of it, whatever, creator, this and that. And of course it was created in somehow, or like some people think it's just always been there. So
Okay,
that's
wouldn't
another.
that defy the laws of physics? Because, we know physical matter degrades over time, the entropy law. So,
Mhm.
makes more sense that something non physical, not subject to time and laws of entropy, would be the creative force.
That could be, it could be true. I mean, but the theory of us being attracted to the physical matter, the way how Sosa was saying that a moth is attracted to a light, it's very similar to the way we are attracted to the internet.
Well,
It's
I
the
agree
same
with
way.
his theory that that first part that we were non-physical beings and became, we came here into the physical realm. How
Yeah.
we did it, I would have my own thoughts that are different than that. But I do like at least he proposes that we were non-physical first.
Oh
So
yeah, no, definitely. But the thing, and that really can kind of go without saying. It's like, okay, so we're non-physical beings more than we are physical beings. And that's a thing that I think a lot of people might not be comfortable with if they base their beliefs in the pseudoscientific establishment and thinking that,
yeah,
okay, it's just material or materialism. I guess that's what you could call it too.
Sure, sure. I think with Sosa, the only problem he's going to have is if he tries to apply a completely scientific method to prove a scientific method based on that. And that's where I think it's going to fall short because
Mhm.
he can't prove the non-physical. That's the problem. You know, you're not going to be
No,
able to
you
solve it in
actually,
the lab.
there might be a way to. There might be logical, mathematical ways to. It's just that I don't think we've really spent a lot of time thinking about it because of
Mhm.
the very religious. They're very
Well,
religious. This is
I-
why I say I think they're both on the same team. Because they're just like, oh well, their deity did it. That's it. And it's like, no, I want to think about this. Your deity seems like a psychomaniac, telling me to off people and all of this. In any book you read, you see that. You
Mhm.
start to say, wait a minute, why would whatever it is considered God want me to hurt somebody? That right there shows me that, we don't think in those directions. What if the devil wrote the Bible? What these people are saying, oh, well, this was written by, it's like, get the heck. It's like, come on, man.
Mhm.
Think for yourself. And any type of realistic investigation into the paranormal or into the metaphysical is always dismissed. They don't want us to think about that. Religion and evolution are they're like two sides of the same coin, and the coin would be called control. And I'm just speculating on this, but I think we can, if we really set our sights on it to prove certain things, we
Mhm.
can prove that certain things are invisible to our sight of spectrum, but also,
Can we do
what is,
a lab set though? That's what I'm saying. I think the evidence will point to the non-physical, the scientific evidence. That's why I try to point it to laws of entropy and how it has to be non-physical. It would just degrade too fast over time. But I don't think we will put it in a lab, is what I'm saying.
yeah, no, we might not be able to figure it out in the lab, but whenever we speculate, the area we speculate in becomes the lab. So this becomes the lab. Like
Yeah.
I've heard, with religious, it's like you talk about their religion, that becomes the church. You don't need to go to a church. Chief
Hmm.
White Cloud, Nez Perce, and many of these tribes had stated building churches will only make them argue over God. That's what they saw.
He was right.
John Mendoza,
He was
good to
right.
see you. Yeah. Yeah, man. Thanks. He said he's glad to be here listening while at the gym. Retro, what's up, brother? Um, there's there's a reason cell phones no longer have Yeah, man. The
Mm.
removable batteries. I didn't know. Yo, Retro, you are crushing it. Oh my. Oh, yo, Retro. Yeah, when you look at, and that this is the thing that where I get scientific on that. Now, if we get scientific on the foreskin God, we start to say, what do they use that for today? They use it for stem cells.
Yeah.
When you wonder, it's like that is some crazy stuff. It's like, listen, we got to cut this thing off. It's like, wait, what's going on? Soon as you're born, they're on your gonads. It's like, get off of my jock.
Yeah.
It's like they are jocking kids as soon as they're born. I mean, that's some creepy stuff. That's some creepy stuff. As soon as the
It,
kid's born, it's like they're grabbing the Johnson.
but I think it's
That-
important to know that, okay, let's establish there's a creator, but let's also establish a lot of these laws and these descriptions of the creator are man's interpretation. So instead of debating whether or not
yeah.
there is one, why not look at how wrong these other people are at interpreting who he is? You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. I wouldn't say, I don't want to just call them wrong because they might shut down. But even though if it is wrong, it's sort of like saying, all right, look,
Right.
logically, just logically things. It's saying, okay, what is this thing about? Hey, you know what? I'm so powerful, but I need you to go off some other people I created. It just doesn't.
But is that man's interpretation? You see what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely,
Yeah,
definitely.
that's the
That's
question.
either, and it can go beyond man. It could be something like we showed with the mimics, with the other life forms. It could be something else, pushing people to kill each other, like us. If you put, I think there was an experiment. If you put like two different types of ants in a jar, they usually avoid each other. You shake the jar up and they start attacking each other. So it's
Hmm.
as if we're in the jar and they shake it up. And the shakeup is not a physical shakeup, it's a mental shakeup and saying, hey, you know what, those people over there, you know, they don't they don't do the foreskin thing. So, and that foreskin thing is not a modern thing. That goes back like, you can find myths in Africa and all that. I'm like, what is this thing with that? And yeah, it's true. Retro's right. A real deity, something that cares about you, would not be that insane. And just like the government surveillance with the internet, the internet, when you look at it, it is an ingenious form of surveillance.
Oh, absolutely.
Because we're drawn to it. We look at it like, hey, guess what? You can watch videos, you can listen to music, and we would, if you were sitting in the room surrounded by detectives or agents or whatever, and they're telling you, look, we want to know everybody you wouldn't first of all, you wouldn't probably be able to remember everybody especially from childhood, until they pop up like on Facebook or Instagram, right? So these guys are ingenious.
It is.
They're like, yeah, no, this guy, first of all, they will hide. They're not going to tell us the guys that, they don't want us to know that they know. But how do we get them to tell us everything?
Yep.
How do we get them to divulge every little bit, every family member, and it's like that. When I look at Tracebook, I remember back, I guess it was around 09, 010, when it got a little big. Like, I guess that's when it took over MySpace, maybe a year before that.
Facebook? Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, because MySpace, I don't know if you remember MySpace.
I do MySpace.
Yeah, MySpace, I liked it. I have to admit, I liked it. But, you could customize the page. I met a lot of people on MySpace. And people in real life would be like, hey, man, go check out, my MySpace will connect chicks, all of that stuff on MySpace. And of course, even though you could use a different name on MySpace, they got your IP address. People try to act like, well, they don't know who I am. It's like, come on, bro. I'm like, they know everything.
Yeah.
Even when I was a kid, they have to have some type of law or a warrant to tap your phone. It's like, man, they don't need nothing.
That's right.
This is military from day one. This is the cavalry. The cavalry has never left. And, it's not saying it in a bad way. It's saying it in a real way.
Of course.
Yeah, it's saying, look,
like
man.
You said, free speech is free, but just watch what you say.
Exactly.
As long as you're not coming on here making threats like a dumbass and saying you're going to do this and that, then you should be fine.
Exactly, man. Yeah. T-Raf, brother, thank you for the support, bro. He says, appreciate you, MD. I appreciate you too, T-Raf, man. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it, bro. Yes, man. I'm happy to do the shows. Happy to let people come on. I'm so happy for support, man. It makes me feel good doing the shows, man.
And I like the fact you're working together with Zachary there. I think that's
Zachary's a great person, man.
Good coalition right there.
He is so cool, man. He streamed today. I saw it later after I got back home. And it was about 2 hours or something, I think, after he streamed. And it was about the Soylent Green we talked about yesterday. And it was a good stream. I got to listen to about a good 30, 40 minutes of it. I left a comment on he had a few guys pop on, and he was saying, yeah, he was on the stream. I clicked the button so he could stream this too. I found it out. Scribe sent me the stuff to go through it was like on this screen. So it wasn't like when you set up the broadcast. So you come into the studio here and there's a gear button and you check it, and then it allows you to click it so the other people can stream it to their thing. And that's so that's so great of him to be able, to say, yeah, hey, he'll stream it, might bring a few more people around to the
I think so. I see a bright future ahead for your channel.
Yeah, that would be. And then also when we spoke about the cartoons, because I'm looking at some of the stuff I had, because I think I can say more of what I want to say to get to a very broad audience through a cartoon character.
I believe so. So. You have a good talent for I mean, I love the ball chaser videos. So if
Yeah,
you
I
can
mean, I
do that,
like it. It didn't go anywhere, man. I mean,
no, but
it's
that's
touchy, you know.
not that it's bad. It's about exposure.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wouldn't judge your work based on
Mhm.
the views because you're at the mercy of YouTube. If they want to hide your videos, they can do that. So don't base your creativity, how good it is, based on the views, because it's kind of an unfair situation going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I said, okay, there's a chance it could go viral and stuff, but one, it is AI. I did chart it out, and it took me a while to make the video. It wasn't just AI
Hmm.
slop. It was sort of there was a few I created, and I couldn't use it. I said, no, this has to be done a little better, and hopefully, yeah, hopefully I'll figure it out. Um, John says, I heard Facebook was used for college students. So at first, it was like they used it that was the thing that made it big from what they said.
I don't
That,
believe the official story
yeah, I
that
can never
I
really,
made it
yeah.
in a Harvard dorm room. I do not believe that at
Yeah.
all.
And then what they make a movie about it, but I could see that being the catalyst, definitely, because you got people like one, you're saying, okay, MySpace, what I liked about it was the anonymity. I was on there as Supernatural. I think I changed my name a few times, Necromancer. I was meeting like all type of people, Supernatural, and I'm in touch with one or two of the people on another site. I mean, I don't go on Facebook and stuff really, but
Hmm.
I do have an Instagram for the ancient alien type stuff. But I don't really. I've got like 80 followers. It's like really.
But I
I
hear
mean,
that
I
a lot
don't really.
from people
Yeah,
that they go on Facebook. That's why I think something else is behind it.
yeah. I
It's
mean,
almost
there
was
is.
forced on us, because they
Yeah,
had MySpace already.
I mean, you can share information. I have gotten information from
Hmm.
people when I was on there in like around 2010. And I did meet a few friends, army buddies found me. There would have been no way for them to
Sure.
find me. And two guys from Oklahoma was like, yeah, we were wondering what happened to you, And so I connected with them, a few
I just
other
think that it
people.
didn't happen by chance. It was planned out
Oh no,
on a
all of
much
this is
higher
planned.
level.
This is the planned surveillance system that
Yeah.
probably was there since the since early, man. T-Raf, brother. Thank you, brother, for the support. He says Zach is great, but he's nowhere near your level of knowledge. Wow, man. I appreciate the compliment, man. I think Zach, he has some stuff that he's taught me. I have to admit. I gotta be happy. I mean, the 911 stuff from
Yeah.
1968, with that being AT&T, he really, I'm so glad to share knowledge.
Honestly, with his knowledge of the numbering system and your
Oh
knowledge
yeah,
of
that
the
he's far ahead, and and there's other stuff that I'm far into as
well, I'm
well.
just
That's
saying,
on a
combine it
different
with your
thing.
anagrams, you
Yeah,
have a powerful formula.
yeah, but he's a really cool pro. I appreciate it, T-Ref, man. Thank you, brother. It's yeah, cool dude. Hopefully I clicked it because I guess it wasn't click the button because he could have streamed it last night.
Hmm.
So it was like a setting or something because somebody else had told me about it, but I couldn't find it. And I'm saying, and Scribe was the one that he sent me a
Oh,
text saying, hey, do this, and this. It was like steps, and I was still kind of like, I don't know if I'm dyslexic or something when it comes to reading computer instructions and stuff.
I'm the
But
same.
yeah,
I use YouTube videos personally to learn stuff. I
yeah,
don't even bother reading. I just said, let me somebody show it
yeah,
to me so I
yeah. It's
can
a
get
tough one. It's like it's easy. I can read a book, a physical book, go through it, boom, absorb stuff, reread. When it comes, and I can read stuff on the internet. I guess the instructional stuff I can read it, but
I think
I don't
it's
know.
easier. Certain things are easier to see.
Yeah,
You know what
he's an expert at that. I mean, Scribe is like
I mean? Yeah.
super expert on it. He'll figure stuff out. I had a few other friends that are
But
really
think
good
about
with
how the
that.
world's changed, MB, compared to when we were teenagers. It's like we got to know so many different things, and there's new apps every day with new information.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I had friends who were computer experts in like hardware and software, and they were telling me they can't even put things on their resume that they spent years learning because it's so outdated now. There's no
Yeah.
sense to put it on. It's like, why would, doesn't even matter. It's like, okay, great. You know how to do dial up and analog. So what,
Doesn't matter anymore. It's
Yeah.
outdated.
I mean,
So
one guy told me when in the 80s, he's been on computers for 40 something years, man. This guy is like one of the most knowledgeable guys. And he said, man, Walmart, he worked for Walmart. They send him to school to learn like the phone system stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like really into it. And he goes, man, he goes, all of that stuff, years of schooling, obsolete.
Yeah.
He goes, he doesn't even, and
I did tech support, but people then couldn't even log into their email. We're talking before 9/11. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
And I know Retro is like an expert with the AI and stuff. Retro, I could tell already, is really deep. Cameron says Yahweh is a demon, the Old Testament. Yeah, definitely some bloodthirsty. And that's the thing, the bloodthirsty psychopath. If they could separate that from the good stuff, then it could be like, okay, look, this psychopath stuff might have been something else. Guess who invented the internet? I would think it's the government. I would think, I remember MySpace. I never had one though. Yeah, man, MySpace, I really liked it, bro. I have to admit, man, it was fun. You could put music on your profile. I mean, I was sharing music from like certain bands that people were telling me, wow, they never would have known about that. Because, I guess being that we're Gen X, we were in our 30s back when MySpace came out.
Oh, wow. Wise, isn't it?
Oh, man, those were the good old days, man. It was beautiful.
It was wide open, the internet.
Yeah.
Too.
Oh, open, unregulated. Sig, good to see you, brother. Yeah, it was unregulated, man. Max, the first Apple. Yes, I did know that. The 666, man. Yes, the 666 is deep. Just going through some of the comments. MySpace is where I found Orko, Elohim, and Michael Tassarian. I first found him on YouTube in the early days. Michael is still around, but not making the waves. Yeah, man. Jordan passed, and I heard they tried to destroy him. They hacked his site, and people had to help him out. Yeah, it's crazy. And Tassarian, yeah, I don't know if he's still around, but yeah, T-Ref, Zach, he is great, bro. I gotta give him credit, bro. And I appreciate you, with saying I have the knowledge and stuff. I'm still learning, always learning. I think I can learn a lot from Zach with the gematria. There's stuff that he has said that I'm like, wow.
And he's also a fellow author too. That helps too.
Yeah, I mean the fact that he writes and all that, he's very advanced, man, way ahead of me in the authorship and all of that, and understanding stuff like that. Retro bought a DVD, Tower Records. Wow, I remember when that was around. Holy smokes.
Time flies, and we're old.
Yeah, man, Tower Records, man. Holy smokes. He's bringing it back. DARPA. Oh, wow. DARPA originally created Facebook with others. Yep. And then they try to say Zuckerberg. I call him that with an S.
That sounds accurate, DARPA.
Yeah. It's crazy. And I wonder about the stem cells with the circumcision, because what they call out Oprah on that. Zach is great, but telling us we can make money with dry. I mean, if we can, I look at it like, hey, the test is, if we can, then hey, he's great with that, bro. I mean, I wish I had the money to invest in something, because a friend of mine, he does the day trading. And
that's very bad. Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah. And he's like, look, and he was even going to spot me like $2,000. He's like, look, if you got 500, you just pay me back to 2 whenever, whatever, because he's made money. And I said, man, I can't even put the 500 in, bro.
Well, he's part of the 10% then, because 90% of people lose money in day trading.
Yeah, because I told him, I said, it sounds like gambling.
It is.
But, I mean, he's such a cool, he's been into business. He's another guy, extremely smart in reading. And he can, the technical reading. Because I remember one time we had like a puzzle. It was like a 3D wooden thing you put together and take apart, like not a globe, but like, one of those puzzles you buy from the bookstore, and like not a Rubik's Cube, but like a Rubik's Cube that you could pull apart and put back together, like in parts. So you had to know the way to put it together. And I was looking at it and I figured it out after like a long time of saying, okay, this piece goes here. And when I had it together, he took it apart and he couldn't get it back together. And I go, well, I got the instructions. I said, I can't get it together with the instructions, but if I spend enough time, I had got it together once. And he read the instructions and got it together. And I said, bro, you got a skill with that. he bought Carlton Sheets course on real estate.
That's a scam.
Yeah, and he understood it, bro. He made like 700 grand. And then he was married. I remember I didn't see him for about a year or two, and it came back and he sold a barbershop. And I said, where's Zig at, man? And they go, bro, he got into it with his wife, walked out, sold the shop. And yeah, he was up to 700, and that divorce just like kind of messed him up. I think he went down to like 100 grand, and he was buying real estate, and he was telling me like how he would tell her, look, don't pick up the mail, I'll pick it up. And then he would find stuff buried in the mail from a month or two ago. And yeah, thank you, John. Both of you are gentlemen and great in your own right. Yeah, definitely, man. Zombies betting and watching World Cup. Man, the World Cup, I don't even know what to say, bro.
It's crazy down here because we have the World Cup down here in Miami. Oh, the zombies are everywhere.
I could imagine, man. Anyone try the initialization sequences I posted the other night? Did you post them in the chat? I gotta look because I was so deep into the conversation. Zach is the first one to crack the code. Yes, he is. He's expert. I would put Zach on an expert level with the numerology and the gematria. Y'all still got LimeWire. I said, wow, LimeWire. I remember. I never used it because I was afraid. Because you never know when you click.
Oh, that's the free music. That was the free music.
Right? LimeWire. But my friend. Yeah, I remember I might have saw like one or two movies. I think you could get movies on LimeWire too.
Yeah, everything, but you had to download all this stuff.
Yeah. I was always afraid, but I did check, I think, like 2 or 3 movies. I streamed it, but I didn't download it. Zach promotes taking advantage of a rigged system, whether scripted sports. So yeah, hey man, the system's rigged and we could take advantage and make monetary gains. I'm all for that, man. It's like I don't really see, unless somebody can educate me on, I don't see what's wrong with it. I day trade. It can be very lucrative, but it requires patience like poker and pattern recognition. Yeah, that's what my friend was telling. He did spend. I remember he was putting in money because when he was doing it, you had to have 25 grand in there. Okay. So if you had 25 grand, you could trade all day long. But if you don't have that, I think you can only make like 1 or 3 trades a day. So say you have 1,000 or 2,000 in there, there's like a very strict limit, like 1, 2, maybe 3 trades. 25 grand, now you can trade all day, back and forth, buy and sell. I guess I don't know how it works, but he was trying to explain.
I did that a little bit, just not on a high level, but it's just like you're just gambling at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Because you can make money and you lose money, make money, lose money. Yeah. But it's like at the end, you end up losing money.
Yeah. No. I was never a gambler, so it's like, to me, I mean, I guess investing is it is a type of gambling. If I would rather invest, in something though, like invest my time in the show, in creating videos, writing books, making cartoons, that type of investment, instead of spending something with the money to try to, figure it out. I guess I'm just not that good with the numbers.
Well, it's, it takes money to make money. If you have extra money, you can always put it in the market, monthly, like a monthly stipend every month.
The real way, the only way to really I see to make it is if like how John was saying, if the system is rigged, then it's like, okay, because that's like sure money. I would be like, okay, then I'm down with it. But as far as, and I mean, Toronto Dump is, and I don't agree with what he's doing, because he's using war and people's lives. I mean, they're doing some really messed up stuff. But somebody had put in $1.5 billion right before he was saying all this stuff about, it's a ceasefire, and I think within 6 minutes they made 45 million.
Sure.
But now,
going big time.
Yeah, we see it takes $1.5 billion though, and these guys are like high level crooks. These guys are, the morals are just But
that happened during the mortgage crisis in 2008. The banking, everything went belly up, all the mortgages, but Goldman Sachs got paid on all their debt, all their outstanding. They should have gone bankrupt.
Yeah.
Government covered it through
Yeah,
the insurance
yeah. I think
AIG.
Gigi says, is Zach a millionaire? Some receipts. But I don't think he has to show receipts, man. It's like, if people, and what he mentioned to me, like, if I live stream, if I do my cartoons and then maybe stream once a week, put it behind a paywall, I understand he's looking out for my best interests. Now, I probably will leave it like this and free. If people want to donate, they donate. And then on the cartoon, it'll probably still be free up. Because I'm thinking about using. I understand his logic though. I can't. I'm thinking, okay, I don't see nothing wrong with that. I don't see
Don't
him.
you have to build a base first, like a
Yeah,
really
and he
large
has a
base?
base. He says people has made money off of the sports picks and stuff, but he's disseminating a lot of knowledge that I mean, the fact that the guy's taking chances and doing that, that's where I don't see. Instead of people and criticism, you got to have criticism, but also appreciation for people that put themselves out there like this to give
Sure.
knowledge to other people. And if they have, I mean, you look at a paywall thing, if it's like $5-10, I'm like, I don't see how somebody can really complain if it's like that for a month. I mean, it just, you look at it, it's like, yeah, it's not a lot. I mean, T-Ref, I appreciate it so much. He just donated $5 twice, man. I appreciate that.
Hey, he's the man.
It just, yeah, it's so where I'm seeing where if it was something that he's doing with that, it's like, hey, it's to me, it's like I don't think somebody has like, it's like a boxing trainer. He doesn't have to be champ to teach you to be the champ.
Yes.
Like Customato, and then of course, when you look deep into the boxing thing, you see that it's all rigged also, but you do got to have a level of skill and you got to at least look like you have it. I'm not saying a lot of those guys aren't dangerous fighters. They are. When we look at stuff, you can have fakes and frauds. Even though Andrew Tate got beat up by the guy with pink gloves, he's still going to be dangerous to a guy that doesn't really know how to formally fight or just basic tricks in the hand-to-hand. He might not be a great grappler. So you can probably trick him into, like, if you can get him, get a takedown, he's finished. Like you already know being a wrestler. If a guy doesn't really know wrestling and you get him on the ground, it's probably going to be a quick, you're going to be able to put him in a submission. And so it's like, just a lot of people don't realize, like Objective Ethics had mentioned that because I think he trains a little and he goes, yeah, if you can't fight on the ground, you can't fight. But the striking is very effective. And I didn't want to believe that, like, because I was more like when I met the Gracies and stuff, I'm like, okay, you can dodge it or something and get the clinch. But as I look at, throughout the years, you got some guys that they know how to deal with that, especially Muay Thai, they can do their clinches and stuff. John says Andrew Tate's dad works for the CIA, another puppet on world stage. Absolutely, bro. And I'm glad you brought that up because I had a picture I uploaded to show of Andrew Tate. And I'm saying to myself, I said, I don't know where it's going, but it's a coincidence. Now I'll start with Trailer Swift. Now, Trailer Swift, she on the right, this is not her on the left. That is Anton LaVey's daughter.
Wow.
I forgot her name. Christine LaVey or something. If it's Christine, that would be, the irony, right? A Satanist, his daughter's name is Christine. I don't know her full name, but look at this. This is extremely close. It's like I haven't made the link, and I think she might still be alive. But these are two different people. Trailer Swift has an immense following. Just ridiculous on Elvis level type stuff. And the other lady is the daughter of a Satanist, and I think she I don't know if she does it or, stuff. But now when we look at the similarity here, but now look at Tate. Look at Tate.
Oh, wow. Good one.
And her father, Anton LaVey, I think it is, the Satanist guy, who's stream? Oh, are you talking about? Oh, that's Gigi. All right. Yeah. This is like, and then whoever did this, right? I give him credit because I had got it a while ago. he went closer and he looked at the marks on the face.
Wow.
So he noticed that there's 2 marks on the side of the face that he circled on both photos, of one of Tate, one of the other guy, LeVay. So, I mean, I don't know where this goes, but the people that he had as follow, because Tate, LeVay had pictures with Sammy Davis Jr., I think.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Right. I think Sammy Davis converted from Judaism to Satanism, right?
Well, he was in his church. I know that.
I think on his last days, because I think in him, Sammy Davis Jr., Little Richard, they were both Jewish, because I remember Little Richard was hilarious, man, when you look at his interviews.
I was going to say both Anton LaVey and Andrew Tate both start with A. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, you know what? That's another thing too. Anton LaVey from Chicago, 312 area code, Pope Leo. Wow, Trump 1 and Charlie. Holy smokes, man. Wow. John, you're pretty good with the numerology, man. Nicholas Shrek's wife, she's 65. Who is that? Nicholas Shrek. Was that the girl with Taylor Swift? I thought her name was LaVey. I thought that's LaVey's daughter. But the fact that, when he brought up Andrew Tate, that reminded me of and Tate's dad is a CIA, right? It's like it's a stage. I mean, it's a stage. Puppets on a stage, man.
Well, speaking of Satanists, there was Michael Aquino, who was a colonel in the military out in California.
Yes, I remember seeing.
And he got
Navy or
pedo. He got charged with ped.
Yes, he was definitely. But I'm just wondering, was he? Let me see. What was his name? Michael Aquino, right?
Aquino. He was on trial. They found him innocent, but still, it was at a government agency. So it gets into the military too.
Okay, he's a Satanist, a military. Oh my goodness, his spouse's name, Lilith Aquino. You can't even make it up, bro. You can't even make it up. Aquino, born in 46. Theism, Satanism. I'm trying to see his rank, if it's lieutenant colonel or full bird.
I think it's full bird.
The picture they got on Wiki, it looks like he's still a lieutenant colonel, because that's the one with the platinum leaf.
Okay, so maybe
he's rocking the robe and all of that. It should say it here, because to go from that, they say it gets a little, because that's 05 lieutenant, to get to 06 colonel, and then 07 1-star brigadier general. They say like 06, 07, you gotta like be in with the crowd.
It's political.
Child, yeah. So they had the child thing. 60 million in damn. Yeah, he's dead. Okay. Trying to see what rank. I'm surprised it doesn't have it here. I'm surprised that. I wonder if he got thrown out of the military for that.
No, he retired, I believe.
Wow. They're like, nah, man, you're cool. You look at some of the stuff that it's just ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
Wow. Let me see. What is Retro saying here? Xena Shrek. Who is Xena?
You were right. He was a lieutenant colonel. He was. Yeah, you were right.
I'm loosely in their extended. Wow. But yeah, I didn't. I mean, I thought, because I know, like, to make full bird colonel. I'm former. I remember when I was in basic in Fort Knox. The colonel was Colonel Sloan. He was a full bird colonel. When I went to permanent duty in Fort Hood, they had a lieutenant colonel running the infantry unit, because I was in the 2nd Armored Division on Fort Hood. So and that, you got a division. Then I think it's like the division is made up of different brigades, and the brigades, I think, is made up of companies. So the company commander is a captain. The brigade commander was a lieutenant colonel. And then I think the division commander, I would think, is a colonel. And the post, the person that runs Fort Hood, the post, was a major general, a 2-star general, I remember.
Yeah.
You have 2 or 3 star. Usually once you hit 4, you're in Washington or Pentagon. Yeah, it's crazy sick. It's, I mean, some of the stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, this Michael Aquino I was reading here, he was involved in the Presidio daycare scandal.
That's, I mean,
Abuse.
you got some sick people, man.
Yeah.
Sick people. And in the military, you know, that's the perfect setting for somebody who has kids that needs help. Because I remember one guy, this guy Jackson, and he was, I think he was just from like in the South, real cool brother. He had 3 kids and a wife, and he had, you know, they give you on post housing. So like if you're married with kids, you get a house, or you get like to split, you know, like a duplex or something, you know. And he was like, bro, and we're in Texas, Fort Hood. And he goes, you know, he goes, I got 3 sons, full medical, the AC is on all day. He goes, I just can't beat this, you know. And we were both, you know, in for like maybe a year or two at that point. And he's like, you know, basically like, why wouldn't I stay in, you know?
Hmm.
And now with this guy with the daycare thing, you know, because they have access, because a lot of people are married with kids in the military. I mean,
Right.
you know, when I saw that, I remember a sergeant telling me, he was like, look, don't let your Johnson choose your wife. You know, he goes, look at a couple of these other guys. When I first got there, this sergeant from Kentucky, and he was actually a cool guy, even though he was, you know, that he had that stigma. You know, he grew up Kentucky, so you know he probably knew some Klan members. I mean, a lot of guys I knew Klan members. Just one guy told me he had family members, and they would warn me. You know, I remember one guy was saying stuff like, one guy had a tattoo that was signifying it, and I was like, really? How do you know? And then the other guy told me, he goes, yeah, he goes, look, I got family members, man. He goes, you know, so they spot it easier than I would spot it. And the people that act like I'm overreacting, those are the people that become suspect. Because I'm like, why wouldn't you want to be aware of that? You know,
Hmm.
New York is one of the, I guess, few northern states that actually have an open chapter of the Klan. They used to pass out pamphlets, I remember, on Martin Luther King's birthday. Yeah, so I'm just like, you know, it's around, you know, it's around, and
Well,
um,
there's always evil around. I mean, there's gangs around, the mafia's around. There's an
yeah,
infinite amount of evil you're going to
yeah.
find. You
Yeah,
know.
it's a form of mind control, because when people really get down deep, I don't know if you've ever seen the videos of Daryl Davis, like he was on Joe Rogan. He's a black man who has been to Klan cross burnings at night in fields.
He was
Like,
the heavyset guy.
yeah, heavyset
Yeah.
guy.
Hey, I watched his documentary. Went to go visit him, and actually, that one clan group he visited, they really liked him.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
You
see,
know.
that's, yeah, the type of relations, to do it in a way where it's peaceful,
Hmm.
that lasts forever. See,
Yeah.
so now it's not like making a peace pact where it can always be broken. No, the person has actually changed their life.
Right.
It's like Johnny Lee Clary. I don't know if you've ever seen the
I've heard of
Johnny
him.
Lee.
I remember
Yeah,
him on the
yeah.
Morton Jr.
I
show.
think I think they have the video on YouTube, the Johnny Lee Clary story,
Hmm.
and it's real deep. He used to be the Grand Wizard of the Klan, not just the Klan member, and he revealed a lot of info. And now he's a preacher at a Black Gospel church. I'm like,
Right.
holy smokes, you know? It's kind of like you look through history and you start to be like, wow. Um,
But these are the guys that they make it known who they are. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
There's
yeah,
other groups that don't make it known,
yeah,
and that's
yeah,
what you got to watch
exactly.
out for, the secret ones. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Hmm. No,
Those are the
you're
intelligent.
absolutely,
They're the more
yeah,
dangerous ones. These
yeah,
guys, they tell you right to your face, we don't like you.
yeah.
You know
Well,
where you stand immediately.
mhm. And you know, when I hear what Gigi is saying, even the TV shows were better, only attractive, beautiful and normal characters. Now, if we look into that, you know, that is subjective, I would say. But I hear what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. It's like, um, I think because the television and the radio and stuff like that, I guess we could classify those in programming material. So those would be programming, not really. I guess we wouldn't think they were surveillance, you
Hmm.
know, because you'd think, okay, the TV can't see. Now, we know, of course, now the TV can see you and it
Right.
can hear you even when it's off. People, you could look at the videos, the technology. I always suspected, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the cathode ray televisions had the ability to view you through that. Why would they tell you? Maybe a part of the tube, like just like a part of the screen, they have a way of using the pixels to see back at you. Or there's a way to create a code to create an app that goes into the screen. So now a little part of the screen, just like they can have an icon sitting on your screen or on your phone that's there, like the time will display. You can have something like the time that will display, but that's actually a on-screen camera on the screen that can see you. So, and this is just technology. This is not new technology. This is just technology that they used to use. I can imagine the stuff they have now. It's just John says it's crazy how we're taught about race. My family were the only Hispanic family in my neighborhood. When we were kids, I just wanted to go out and play with other kids. Race was never a concept. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. It's like when I was kids, we just played, but yeah, they implemented that as a form of control. It's a type of division, because when you're kids and playing with each other, you're just like, hey, you really start to go by what is real, which is how people treat you. So you're going over and you're going beyond somebody saying, oh, I'm going to be good, but you're looking at the action, and that's really the way life is. You get more in touch with your senses. I just saw a thing, like it was another part of a study that I had looked into years ago, of playgrounds with children. Like you see these playgrounds with the slide and the other things the kids can play on, but it's on like this foam rubber outdoor play material, like this flooring material. And they said that when they replaced that with just the ground and microbiome and stuff like that, they had the kids, within 28 days, their immune systems got stronger. You can sense, like they said, the rubber plastic type flooring, the outdoor playgrounds, those small little areas, they must emit some type of chemical that reduces the microbiome. So the microbiome diversity of just regular ground with leaves and other things in it, with like how the slide and the swings and stuff on the playground lay above, or above, and the ground lay under, that has an energy to it, like that dust type microbiome coming off actually boosts your immune system and makes you more healthy, as opposed to these other playgrounds with the rubber type of things underneath it. You see it with either the black rubber or the colorful rubber, like blue or something like that. But yeah, that I just happened to be looking into that when we lived in Michigan. This was okay when you lived. I think these two comments. All right, yeah. It was never a concept, bro. It's like when I think about it, the state pushed that in. 2 of LeVay's grandchildren follow my socials. Yo, retro is with LeVay. What you doing knowing these people, Retro? How do you know these people, bro? Follow my socials, and one of the founders of D Wave Quantum Computing. Retro is so cool, man. I attract some interesting eyes with my work. I can imagine, bro. I could imagine. You are the pioneer in our group. That you're the first. You're the guy. Retro's the guy that is testing the pod first voluntarily. I could see that. I could see that. He's like, look, man. He's a pioneer in that. He's definitely pod pioneer. It's like and I understand. I understand, man, because even though the internet itself is a surveillance system, it definitely is. It wasn't, designed. Well, they try to say it wasn't designed that way. Come on, right? It's like you got to, because Zach, what's up, brother? He said, if you're still going in about 30 minutes, I should be able to hop on. You should look at what day the internet went live for the public in the U.S. It might stand out for you. Yeah, bro. I clicked the button too, so I think it's able for you to stream. All you got to do, I guess, is the invite link. It'll say something if you want to stream it, like before you come on. I think there's going to be a thing saying, "Do you want to stream it to your audience?" So I did. I'm going to check that now. Yeah, if you want to stream and you come on, yeah, we should be on in a half an hour. It might stand out. So the day the internet went live for schools, I'm going to check that. When I worked in Yellowstone National Park, the majority of people that I got to know and became friends with were white Americans. I felt more love from them than back home. Yeah, I've noticed many when I've traveled to different states, different countries. Mark Twain said it best. He goes, the best way to reduce prejudice is to travel. You get to see people, meet them. And yeah. And I've noticed that too. When I travel, I feel more with different people. Like there's a bond more than at home. At home, New York ain't that bad, but now nobody wants to go to Manhattan. It's crazy. It's just, and it's not saying anything about anybody in particular. There's just so much beef. Basically, I'm subjecting myself quite hard. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna check this now. The day the internet went live.
Yeah, I wonder what this. Yeah, I'd love to hear that.
Oh wait, in public schools. In public schools. So that's the. There is no single day. They said is no single day. 1994, roughly 35% of public schools. They're saying, yeah, it's not giving me a certain date, man. I gotta mess with it. Yeah, it's because I typed in. Let me see what he said again. Should look up what day the internet went. All right, let me put the U.S. because
isn't it kind of weird though how after 2000, when it really became mainstream, the internet, it's the age of Aquarius, human enlightenment, technological advancement, and a shift towards community consciousness.
Wow. Yeah, I checked it with the U.S. It says it's still not giving me a date. It's saying 1994, about 35%. March 9th, 96, the launch of NetDay. That might be what you're talking about. Maybe.
But the military had it, right? In the 60s and 70s, didn't they have the internet?
I would think, and this might sound crazy to people, but really, I don't think it is. I would think they had the internet and visual telephones as far back as the 50s, maybe the 40s or the 20s even. I would not put it. The fact that you have a movie that is produced, even though it's a silent movie, called Metropolis in like 1923 or 27 or something. But in the 20s, that's the thing. The 1920s, you have a movie made. That's one thing. That's the first thing to say, wait a second. So there's a movie that's made in the early 20s in black and white, silent movie. And it's like, holy smoke. So people were able to watch television back then. So that's the first thing. Then it's saying, oh, what's the movie about? Oh, it's about a woman that's being transformed into a robot woman and give birth to male workers.
Wow.
And just see, this is the psychology and thinking of stuff like this to say, wait a second, this isn't, why wouldn't you? This is very important. It's like, this is like, wait. And then you go back and you say, all right, wait, are there any other films? And it's like, yes, in 1890s. The 1890s had stuff. I think the first video camera was created in the mid-18 or early 1800s. And this is all documented. Anybody can check this out. But I'm looking in
out Metropolis right now to see if I see anything there.
Yeah. No, it definitely did. You might see something because I haven't seen it in a long time. They actually colorized it in Technicolor now. I should check it and I should analyze it. March 9th, 1996. I think this is the date Zach is talking about. The launch of NetDay, 250,000 volunteers. Man, it would have been great if I would have been on the net that early. I got in late, like 2004. And I got in very late on the net. I remember one time in the 90s, this chick asked me for my email. And my friend was like, he laughed later on. He goes, yeah, when I was like, no, I was like, what about, I'll give you my cell phone number. And he goes, she was probably thought you were like in the cave, it's like you don't have an email, and it's like the late 90s,
No.
so I'm like, yeah. But I got onto that, like, yeah, 2004, I look at it as very late. John says during the Civil War there was photo cameras. Yeah, yeah, man. So this, and I'm saying this to say that it goes back further than whatever we are told, and so it doesn't, wouldn't be surprising. Um, Critical mass, they're saying widespread connectivity reached critical mass with 99% of public schools reporting they had the internet access in 2001. I'm trying to see. I don't see it. I don't understand like the numerology, the numerology of it. I got to get better with that. Zach's the genius on that, bro. And that's the internet. All right. So like when we look at the topic, the internet is a surveillance system, and we say, okay, the internet wasn't inherently designed as a surveillance system. We get that from them, but I would say it was always created that way. Just like the television. The television wasn't created so we could see Metropolis and be entertained. It's created, when you look at it, that's a military device. That's reconnaissance. That is invaluable. When you think about that, you could see something in the area of the enemy or the place that you want to go to.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like, holy smokes. Then you get not even, I would say, like this is another way I mean, they're masters of twisting stuff, of psychology, where they would say the person would feed, the regular zombie in society will feed you the story of, oh, well, okay, if it was a military thing, usually the zombie will fight that. They'll be like, nah, they created TV as entertainment. It's like, okay. But then you got the people that think a little and say, yeah, I could see it being military. It makes sense. And then other people will say, well, maybe businessmen got a hold of that patent and that's why they produce TV. It's like, no. Now, because we have a way of falling back into wanting the government to be the good guy for some reason. It has been psychologically planted in us since we were kids. But once we become aware of it, we can compartmentalize it. So it's kind of like a computer can seal off a virus that you can't delete.
Mm-hmm.
We think of our memory, we can't just forget something. If we could, that just shows we got more control over our mind. But like deleting a file on a computer, forgetting a thought in your mind, if you can't, it makes me understand why there's certain things you can get on your computer and it says, oh, I can't, I quarantine these things. Do you want me to delete them? And then there's some things you can't delete, but you quarantine them. So with these thoughts and these implants of us going back to saying, oh, well, television, the military, okay, it's a military device that was used for civilian use, but that use for civilian use was not malicious. That was just a businessman trying to make money. And it's like, no, that was, what did they use it for? Brainwashing. It's a perfect device. Like television is, well, it's like a spoon. It's like a spoon. You can use a spoon to eat, or you can use a spoon to hurt somebody with. So with the television, you can use it to learn,
Mm-hmm.
or you can use it to program a person.
Of course.
And you can use it to incite them to riot. That's what we saw with the game. The win of a ball chasing event, it sparked a physical outcome.
You've seen the videos, right? All the fights that went on downtown Manhattan.
When I typed it in, the list of videos when I was scrolling down Google went to where it reloads and I was like, holy smoke. So there was like 30 videos.
Yeah.
I was like, and there was more. I didn't even check the whole. I was like, holy smokes. I was like, these dudes went crazy.
I was watching a few, yeah. Knicks attacking Knicks fans,
you know, it tells me it's another form of mind control, because you're looking at people looking at a screen, looking at a television screen, and what they see, their mind isn't strong enough to prevent an emotional response that made them act out physically.
That's
See,
right.
this is like we're looking at it from the lab. So you and I are in the laboratory, like the scientists in the picture, looking at the people saying, wow, okay, these people are, we're looking at them like these scientists behind the wall and the
Right.
generals, and saying these people are reacting to what they're looking at. Now, let's just say the people in the soccer field is on a television screen instead of like the picture, it looks live.
Hmm.
And we say, wow, so that shows us, not even theory, it shows us factually, because we can repeat it, that what we show on the screen is going to uh is going to make them act a certain way. We can push violence, we can push apathy, we can push just or anything they want, basically, at that point,
That's right.
looking at it from that analyzation. But what we're doing is we're looking at it. We're not behind the glass thing like the generals. We're in the crowd, and we're saying, holy smokes, people are out to lunch.
They are.
And if we look over, we see the screen with the sports, and we say, wow, somehow I can protect myself, maybe with thinking, and not do something crazy because I saw it on the television or the screen, the monitor. But there are a majority of people that don't have that mental strength.
No.
And I think what makes it worse is they get it into something that they like, that they want to watch. They want to watch the game. They want to say, hey man, I need some relief because I've been beat down working 10 hours a day. I mean, if you work at home, okay, 8 hours, which is still brutal slavery. And if you're not getting paid at least $100 an hour, and even that, the crazy thing is, the dehumanizing thing is, I always got to factor it in. If you're making $100 an hour, you've still got to pay like $30 or 35 even now.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's insane when you think of that. So that means you got to make 150 to keep 100, possibly 100. Because I think if you're filing something like a 1099, when you make the money as a profit, you pay like 30%. If you make it from a job, like if it's a job in New York, they take even more.
Yeah, New York is crazy.
It's brutal. They had a video, one guy made a video. He goes, if you make $1.5 million, so it was at 1.5, $1.5 million, you get 747,000. So you get a little less than half. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm happy to make the 747,000. If you're paying the 753 in tax out of $1.5 million, at least you got at least I would have $747,000. But that's the amount. That's the amount of extortion that we're being just ripped out of us. It's not that we're paying it. We're basically they're taking it.
There is.
You don't pay tax. Yeah, they take it. King Richard Television, good to see you, man. 100%. Yeah, man. This is the internet is a surveillance system. It's a surveillance system that I've come to say, all right, being realistic, it has me in a way where I'm using it, and I'm not, I'm strong enough. If I didn't have any type of thing, like if we went back to not having to use this, I guess because I've already had to live that life because we didn't have the technology when I was younger.
Right.
I think it's not that much of a problem for me. It's like, all right, you're not going to be paying stuff over the internet. You're going to be sending in the check or paying it in cash at the place.
You don't think we've changed a little bit since the 80s, since we've been introduced to all that? Because remember, back in the 80s, we didn't know any of that.
Yeah, there's things that changed in us that we don't even know.
Yeah.
But when we look at other people, especially younger people, like at 15, 20, 25, some people If you take away the internet, you will see the drug withdrawal, and
Sure.
sometimes it has a humor in it, but it's not really funny because people, you know, you know, it just, yeah, man, people, society is, like I said in the last stream, is like a lab, a zoo, and a farm.
Yeah.
The zoo, we're being observed, they test and experiment, all type of stuff with us, and then farm, like we talked about with the Soylent Green. That Soylent Green thing is like, they had people that try to debunk it, but I'm like, just use math. It's just like when you say, okay, for cells to form into a cell by chance, right? Let's just, with all of that chemical affinity and, the abiogenesis fantasy, it's like, okay, fine. The numbers that it just takes to form like one of the smaller components is going into astronomical stuff. Like when I said 100 quintillion, and then ethics was saying, well, it could have did it fast. I'm like, okay, now you change it. You already know.
Now it's your religion.
Don't it's like immediate unicycle. Sig says never thought about that. Yeah, yo, the deepness, man. The deepness. King Richard Television. He says 19 DARPA lifelong program ended the same day Facebook launched.
Not a coincidence, that's for sure. Good info there.
That's what I'm saying. It's a surveillance system, that was designed that way. When they say, "Oh no, it wasn't inherently designed as a surveillance system. Its infrastructure was utilized, widely, but it that's what they do with everything in the physical thing. They're like, oh no, we're not building a military base over here, but they're building a military base over here. We see it, but the corporate tracking. So that's just like, to me, that's the not that's just like marketing, or like, advertise tracking, the tech companies and advertisers and data brokers and stuff. They monitor all the searches. So we know that we're like, all right, purchases, locations, behavioral profiles for targeted marketing. So what we know openly, this is studied that we're being targeted with that. Yeah, they got people distracted while they build those data centers around the world. Yeah, this is, it's crazy. It's the surveillance says they're looking at us, and we're telling them everything we're doing. We're in the matrix without really knowing we're in the matrix.
100%.
Yeah. Because people are just, so connected. And I'm not saying it in a bad way. Like somebody might say, well, what are you saying, for me to stop using it? I'm like, no, you're not. One, you ain't stopping using it.
Exactly.
This is how deep. See, we think we can just stop using it.
No.
If they cut it off, okay, they could do that, but we can't stop using it.
No, like say you're applying for a job, they said, well, email me your resume. Okay.
There is no way to apply for certain jobs unless it's on the internet.
Oh, especially now, everything's going on.
I've been to places and I'm like, look, can I just fill something out?
Yep.
They had one place where I remember the lady was like, look, you can put your resume right here on the computer. Like they had a computer there. And I'm just like, wait a minute. So you don't want me to write on a paper real quick, or just, just fill out an application. You want me to like go over to this computer. It's kind of like being at the same table with someone and they're like, no, don't say nothing to me. Text it to me.
Right. Exactly. I mean, you can do it your own way all you want to, but you won't have a job, and you'll be like, very hard for you. If you want to live in
some places you can't pay unless it's online.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of things, even in my own area, they're setting up cameras. The flock cameras, they're using these shootings to just, they have a company. If you look up flock cameras, FLOCK, people, I saw some pictures of people like trying to put garbage bags and stuff over them. I give it to the revolutionaries, man. I got to give them a lot of credit, the people that openly fight and like the trails and all of that stuff. Matt Lamon, he
Hmm.
a lot of good stuff on. He's the one that made a documentary called Frankenskies, and Frankenskies, he shows a lot of the trails and the solar stuff. And now magically we don't hear about it because of the data centers.
That's right. And wait till these. I mean, they're going to need more land. I wouldn't be surprised if they start kicking in eminent domain and start destroying some of these towns. They just getting people moving, like, forcing relocation of people. For data centers.
Cybertron.
Yeah.
Cybertron, man. Cybertron is here, man. This is it's like how we think we can pull back, and then we realize, wait a minute, we can't pull back because how are we gonna pay it?
That's right. That's right. And how are we going to make money? You want to live in this world without money? Go right ahead. But I can't do it. I
You
can't do it.
can't. You can't. Like if you went, the only way to live like that would be like a tribe, and
Yeah.
that's tough. Scribe, what's up, bro?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
Just chilling, man. Yeah, I clicked the button so Zach could stream it. He said he might hop on in a half hour. It's gotten that indeed they have AI software that, yeah, AI,
Yep.
man, it's here.
Yep.
Yeah, the topic, the internet is a surveillance system. We were talking about the corporate tracking, the government monitoring, the data brokering. Yeah. So
Yeah, you
that's
guys were
why,
talking about the AI stuff. Go ahead.
yeah, that's why we liked robots as a kid, like Transformers. We were programmed. Yeah, you're right.
Good
They
point.
the program. I mean, and I like the technical. Uh, I'm definitely a science nerd. There's a big part of me that somebody could easily say is a science nerd. I'm just not a computer. I mean, and I love computers. I love this stuff. It's just, I guess it's just laziness. I at least at least I can make cartoons. I didn't realize the power in that. So I might not know technical stuff, but I was able to learn enough because of my love for animation. So it tells me that I guess if I apply myself, I should be able to learn a lot of stuff with it. But I am using the internet as a surveillance system, like the title of the stream. This is a surveillance system.
Yeah, because I remember when I used to have my own BBS. It's like having your own internet, basically. Like you're the administrator. Everyone comes in through your phone lines, and you control everything. So you could have 100 phone lines, 1,000 phone lines, 1,000,000 phone lines, and replicate the internet. But you're the host. You're the PSYOP. It's called the PSYOP is the administrator of the whole system. I can go in, delete your account, do whatever, uh, find out all your information, whatever, send it to whatever, all that stuff. So the fact it's like a gigantic BBS, yes, you're basically being used as a user. Uh, Anytime you go to Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, any of these pages, YouTube, whatever, they click a button that says, you agree with the guidelines and the things, and then within that it says anything you upload is now the property of theirs. So it's never stipulated. You think as a user, oh, it's harmless, just go on, post some fun pictures, whatever. Well, just know that property is now their IP. They own that. So basically what it means is these are giant data farms, and you're the user to go on there to data farm your data to then leapfrog in the future into AI, take that same data that they've been gathering for years and years and years on you every single day, every single hour, every single minute, to then create this thing. The AI thing is now a perfect. Without that data being collected for all these years through the internet, you couldn't really have AI. You have to have a massive thing of information for AI to even work. So it's funny how they start us off with that. BBS is then now the internet. Okay, this is the official one. Only we control this. You're a user. You're not an administrator. You can log into our system. But since it's a global thing, you're forced to use it. And now you're a user. And now with all this data, it's going to lead up to a thing called AI to then take that data and replicate ourselves, I guess, basically. I mean, that's literally what it's doing. If you notice, like on VO, the best AIs they have or the best information they have is from bloggers, vloggers, whatever. So AI has been able to examine vloggers a lot. And anything you do with vlogging, that's why when you first saw the AI videos, they all dealt with vlogging. It was like the guy in Star Wars, the Bigfoot guy, whatever. They all had the camera up. They're doing, yeah, I'm in over here. I'm doing this, whatever. So they're taking all that data from vloggers through the social media that vlog every day, and it's getting all this information. So it got already trained with all that stuff, by default. So yeah, it's really nuts. That's why it's not good with other stuff that's not really available, like fighting scenes or shooting guns and stuff like that. It's not really. It doesn't know much about that. It knows some about that, but it has been trained enough on that just to notice us doing that. So, it takes what's the number one thing that we do online, and it knows how to replicate that perfectly. Other stuff it's learning, but so yeah, it's basically a net to gather information from us to create something either better than us or create something like us, and that really has a lot of repercussions from what that means, and why would someone want to do that?
That's retro. He was saying that, and he was like, he's training the AI to know about him, and I could see him just having a lot of fun with that too. Like he was saying, I mean, it's on a high level with him. He's the fact that they told him he was using up too much, I guess, memory or something. King Richard Television says KRT. Walmart, aka Walmart, has implemented AI surveillance cameras 33 years after the death of the founder of Walmart. I think Zach was saying something about the those tags that they have in certain stores that give different prices for different people. They change. That's crazy. It's crazy, man. That's how much tracking it is. And I wonder, it's like, what is it? I think it's tracking you with facial recognition in the store. Because I would say, okay, what if I leave my phone in the car or even at home and go to the store if you had to go to Walmart? But they must track you with facial recognition. This is crazy, man. RoboCop as a kid, it was yeah, man. This is yep. That was the programming. They were programming us to like RoboCop, to like the Terminator type stuff, to think, oh, it's cool. Yeah, okay, it has a coolness to it, but it's like, look, that can be dangerous, right? It's like somebody with a samurai sword. Yeah, that's cool, man. Just be careful with it, all right? But it's a samurai sword with its own mind.
Yeah.
They've already put G5 fiber optic. They're putting fiber optic under the ground as well. That's crazy. Scribe, when we get in some dates. That stuff, man. Dag, man. Everywhere. Holy smokes. It's like, unbelievable, man.
Can't avoid it, man. It's crazy.
That is crazy, man. Zach said he might jump on it a little, but yeah, this is deep, man. This is deep. The AI is here, and I feel like I'm slipping, like you're slipping down a hill, like you're going like on a slant downwards down a long road, but the road is tilted in a way to where you're not. It's like it's extremely steep to where you can't. You have to continually like slide down it because it's the angle is so steep, and that's what life feels like. Sliding.
So I heard something recently, actually, before Kenneth was watching a video with Tucker Carlson and another guy, Oliver Stone's son, what's his name, Sean Stone. And that guy, damn, he said some pretty interesting stuff. He's investigated a lot of this stuff firsthand, like the jinn and stuff. He went to Iran to speak to these guys and say, yeah, world leaders be talking to these guys. In American terms, genies, whatever they call, they grant wishes or whatever it is, but they're demonic beings that, that's where they get the soldier soul thing from and all that stuff. So you're making deals with these entities, whatever. But he's saying in the end, people are too connected to this physical vessel because that's what creates the ego, creates the God complex, conquer complex, want to conquer everything, racism, everything, to where you think you're this body. I have to protect my family. I got to protect this. I got to protect my money and all this. You know, be like the big guy, whatever. But they're saying like once you're outside the body, you no longer see yourself as just a body. Then you go back to with a real existence, which is you are connected with everything. Like everything is connected to your consciousness, and the body is more of a way for you to get lost in your ego. And once you're separated from that, you can open your eyes. As in, since you're in this body, you open your eyes in this body, you feel as an individual, you have to invoke force or provoke things or do things to get your way or have an image or pretend to be a certain way so people like you. So it creates this individualism, easily manipulates you to believe in racism, all these things, and puts you in these wars and stuff you never asked for. But if you have a different perspective to say, I'm not that, and I'm above all that, I don't have to indulge in these things, even though they give great pleasure, then you're way above it. You're not worried about it. Death is not an issue. You understand it's this temporary thing, and don't get so caught up in individualism and your ego, because it's really it's like you're controlling an avatar in World of Warcraft, and you're gonna get all mad because that character, it's like you're stuck in this game. Just play it out, whatever. You're gonna die eventually. Whatever. You're out of the game. Once you're out of the game, and you actually do stuff in real life. You realize, okay, I took it too seriously. So this life is very similar to that. Like MD was just saying, he feels like he's, that's if you feel like one of my biggest fears is like, for example, being trapped under 10 foot of dirt inside of a coffin and I'm still alive. And I'm banging this coffin or whatever, trying to get out, like the worst feeling ever. I'm going to slay here and die, basically. But if you take it literally, like individual body thing, yeah, you're gonna have the worst horror possible, versus saying, okay, this is gonna happen. This body, whatever, they're not gonna trap my consciousness. My consciousness cannot be trapped. Cannot, it doesn't die. That fear is not gonna be the same way as if you're putting fear into somebody who takes this life literally and this body literally. Now they're gonna fear much more because now they're taking it literally. So I think that separation just alone could put a lot of people's mind at ease, because it also kind of puts away the God thing and everything else, because it looks like it's like putting yourself in that position to once you're out of this body. Because even he had to bring Jesus, right, to supposedly experience this 3D world, get beat down, get crucified, all these things. They claim that's him, they claim it's the Son or whatever, but it's God coming to this world, whatever, having to go through all that stupid stuff. So in his mind, how do you think God is when he comes here as Jesus or whatever, if that's true? Let's just assume it's true. I know Mr. X, you're religious.
Yeah.
If you were the God conscious of Jesus and you came here as a human, how much would you care that what happened to this body in this world versus you being the actual, God consciousness?
Well, I think the whole purpose is a number of things. It's to teach us about reality too.
No. I'm asking, would you care? It's like if you know that, okay, I'm just bringing this body down to this physical realm, it doesn't really mean anything. I'm just here to experience whatever. I want to see what these guys say or do. It's more of like you're just kind of putting out some bait or whatever. It's not you. It's just you're experiencing through a vessel, but they think they can hurt you and beat you down, which they apparently did. But it's not going to affect your real conscious being, what they call God.
Sure, yeah. We're not just the physical. We're something else. It basically.
Right. So I'm saying if we separate ourselves from this body, we could literally feel or be like this thing what they call God. By separating those two things.
I don't know if I'd say God. It's just that we're not all material. I think that he showed us that after the death, he was still alive, but in a immaterial being form, and that's what's going to happen to us. We're going to end up the same way. Not that necessarily we'll be like gods, but we will be immaterial beings. This isn't the end, this physical realm. It wasn't the beginning either, by the way. This wasn't the start. We started out thousands of years ago as spiritual beings. We existed long before we were born.
Yeah, but I'm saying it more like once you leave the body, go back to the collective, what you want to call it, collective consciousness, which is all one thing. We see ourselves as individuals because we're in these bodies. But I'm saying once you go back to that source or whatever it is, all those things operating at one time, I believe, is what they want to call God force, or whatever the God thing. but it's not just one consciousness. It's all of us all at the same time creating that thing. But we can, yeah, I don't know if I'm saying it right. Like you're integrated into a collective thing to where you know you're part of everything, and without you or anyone else, it doesn't work. Whereas here, we think of ourselves as individuals rather, and now it's me, gimme, my family this, my family that. See what I'm saying? The difference.
Yeah, but
Is
that's a
another
theological
division.
perspective. Everybody's going to have a different theological perspective on what that is, whether or not it's our consciousness while working together to be like God, or is it there's a separate God entity and we're spiritual beings, but we're under Him. So that's a theological difference. Everybody's got their own perspective on that. And we'll find out eventually, I'm sure, when we end this existence, this physical realm. We'll find out. We'll know.
I wonder, will we really know? Because you know how we don't know right now?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, it's like, why would we know when we go into the next?
Well, whatever it is the answer. That's
You're no longer bound to a flesh and blood body. That's the thing. You're not going to have the same importance, individual factor. Oh, I gotta, survive. I gotta do this. I gotta do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're
maybe
right.
the answer is we were never meant to know anything. Maybe that's the answer. Who knows?
I
But
mean,
we
yeah.
will exist. We'll be in a state of being, whatever that state of being will be. We'll be in some state of being.
Yeah.
Sure. It won't be darkness. It won't be just end because we didn't begin here. It doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? No. We
Something
wouldn't
like
talk the way we talk right now if that were the case. If we were just flesh and bone, evolved to a higher order, we would never be having these discussions or theorizing about what happens in the next. It wouldn't even. We'd just be like robots, basically. That's what we'd look like. A robot that's been programmed. That's what we'd look like.
Yeah. Yeah, like Scribe was saying, it in a spirit form, it would be different thought, because we wouldn't have to worry about what we're worrying in a physical, like we're saying it from a physical perspective. The full geometry of PUA translates to value 11. The dissection. Holy smokes! Can't believe they took out the chick from Donnie Darko. Oh, I didn't know that. AI creates abundance? I don't know. Man. Tom Anderson, Hollywood voice actress. Yeah. I was just going through some of this. Check out synthetic telepathy wearable devices. Wow, Mark Brahman. Good to see you.
AI is going to suck us all in. We're going to be addicted. That's my prediction. If we're not addicted already to it, you know what I mean?
I think it might have already have us. It might. Like that's the crazy thing. Because look at this. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out, Mark. Thanks. She was the original Ring, Samaras and Diamond. Wow. Testimony. Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh man, couple that with smart dust. That's probably something, Mark. That's a very good point. That's something, Mark. What you're saying there. That's something that I think a lot of us underestimate. Smart dust, man. Smart dust is some serious stuff. I don't know if
I'm not familiar with that.
I might need to do a stream on. Thank you, Mark. I'm looking to see if I got a picture of it. Usually, I got to start like when I save stuff. Sometimes you get lazy and you don't type in. Like, hopefully, I got it saved under the words "smart dust." That would be very easy. But yeah, smart dust is like microscopic microchips.
Wireless sensors. Yeah, I'm looking it up myself.
Yeah, so I think Hitachi's the the company. This is a pic. I got it. All right. So you
Believe
see how tiny that is on the nanodust. Exactly. So that's not a millionth of a meter. It's a billionth of a meter. And here, these are made by Hitachi. They measure only 0.15, which is still kind of large.
Yeah.
And they have GPS capabilities, sometimes called smart dust, as they can be sprayed on us and absorbed. You know, this is old. This is like from 2000 or something.
Wow.
Smart dust is just, and now, so if this, imagine that's now they, yeah, like how Mark was saying, it's nano dust. It's literally a dot that's so small you would not believe it.
I mean, how are you going to rebel against that? You know what I'm saying? That's why I try to
Well,
keep it real. It's
I
like, come on.
mean,
You know what I mean?
well, there's always, I want to say where there's always a will, there's a way,
Yeah.
you know, but you know, because
That's for the movies, personally. I think the hero and
mhm, you know,
that's all in the movies. The real life is real life. You know what I mean?
yeah. Zach, what's up, bro?
Hey, Zach.
Hey, am I coming through? Coming
Yeah.
through?
Yep, clear.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to stream this to my audience. I just have to do a few clicks here and hopefully help get you a few more subs.
Thanks, man. Yeah, the internet being a surveillance system, it's definitely it has the both the side that we have to use it that way, and it's ingenious when I think about it, because in doing that it gets the information. That's why it's closely guarded information. The countries glitter, and we have, yeah, when the people have with less technology. I mean, when have the people with less technology ever won? Well, there's an instance with the Zulu Nation, and I think it was with the English, where there was a battle where they defeated them. It showed that military strategy overcame technology. So because they understood the terrain, their range of weapons, the speed, you know, time, space, matter, and force, kind of like a chess game. So the Zulus overpowered, I think it was like 400 British. You can look it up. But it's rare, you know, but it's the old saying, the weak can defeat the strong if the cause is just. And you know, that can be translated into, if your military strategy, it's kind of like a chess game, you can win without having your most powerful pieces, because the object of the game is, it has, you know, been accomplished. Yeah, Zach, if you had anything on internet being a surveillance, you know, like there's a conspiracy. When I typed in what the conspiracy saying the internet is a surveillance system, it says the theory that the internet is a mass surveillance system is not entirely a conspiracy. That's amazing. It is largely rooted in historically verified facts about government and corporate data collection. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. And you know, they talk about the dragnet to track citizens. That's a borderless dragnet, basically.
Whenever you're ready, I do have something to say.
Yeah.
Earlier, before I popped in, I said, are you aware of what day the internet went live in the United States to the public?
Yeah, no, that when I looked it up, it said like March 3rd or so, 6th, 1994.
I believe
And
it was April 30th, 1993.
okay, because
And
yeah.
are you aware of what organization was founded on that day in 1966?
No.
The Church of Satan in San Francisco.
Wow.
So, on the 27th birthday of the Church of Satan in San Francisco, it's now in New York, but it did begin in San Francisco, the internet went live to the public. And where is the majority of the big tech companies at?
Silicon Valley, right?
They're right there in San Francisco. Yeah, they're in the suburbs of San Francisco. Pretty much all the big tech's there. It's the Mecca, and including Apple. And are you aware of what Apple priced their first consumer computer at?
Yeah, the 666.
666, yeah.
$666.66. And, you know, their logo is the apple with a bite out of it, kind of like the forbidden fruit in Genesis. And where this gets more interesting is, again, just this whole practice of coding numbers into words. Jimmy Kimmel has made fun of a certain cipher for gematria, however you want to say it, on his show, broadcasting from the Masonic Temple of Hollywood. He's done it a couple of times. There's a common cipher for people who do code in English, and it's known as the Sumerian cipher. You just multiply the alphabetic order times 6. So A is 6, B is 12, C is 18, D is 24, Z would be 156, 26 times 6. Anyway, the point is, in that cipher, computer equates to 666. And if you do the same thing running the alphabetic order in reverse, the word internet equates to 666, as does Genesis, where the forbidden fruit is. So you start to think about that, the 666, the Church of Satan's birthday, not to mention it was the 27th birthday of the Church of Satan. And in Protestant, or actually for any matter, any Bible, the 27th book of the New Testament is Revelation, where you learn about 666, the number of the beast, which you must have if you want to buy or sell. And recently we had the Cooties 19 thing, and the first simulation for Cooties 19 was May 15th, 2018. It was called Cladex. It happened on Mercuralia exactly 666 days before the pandemic was declared on March 11th, 2020. 666, and not long after that, we know how things went. You had to have a mask on, one letter off from Mark. You had to have a mask on if you wanted to buy or sell or go to your job or school or ride on the bus. Unless you defied it, which I wish everyone would have. I made a hobby out of defying all the rules during COVID. But
You know,
I was doing live streams. I actually lost my Costco membership. I showed how to bust into a Costco with no mask on and tell them to go to hell and buy your groceries and check out. But what was funny is I got a letter in the mail that they ended my membership. And I said, you know, if everybody acted like this, they couldn't end everyone's membership. They'd go out of business.
yeah, exactly. And you know, the anagram for the word
I have a
mask, the anagram for the word mask is scam. If you switch the letters around.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
so it's definitely, it has a lot of like saying in there.
Granted, you're using a K instead of a C, but that's another thing people should think about with English. Because once I started to study this, I started to say, yeah, why are there multiple letters that make the same sound? Why do we need a C and a K to make? Why do we need different arrangements of letters to make a F sound? Why does phone need to be PHONE? Why can't it just be FONE? What's with this language?
Yeah, it's very, very, I think that might be part of the anagram code that it has in it, where when you look at some of these letters and you say, wait a second, it's talking to me in a way, or it's coded in there already, like president is pretend. So when I look at this, I say, wait a second, in the word president is the word IS, pretend. And I color coded it to say, wait a second, is this, real? So now I can easily look at it and see that, okay, is the president's position pretend? And then to really go crazy is a long phrase like this, the US presidential election. The fact that those letters in the first 4-word phrase, the US presidential election, can be respelled into 5 words that say elite hustlers and a deception is, I don't understand the correlation fully, but it looks like the English language has hidden within it a secret language. And maybe it could have something with putting in these extra, like you were saying, PH for phone instead of a FONE, or on the back of comb, you'd put a B. So it's like an extra letter. And it made me look into the anagrams of words, how you look into the gematria and you see the numerical stuff. I think there's easily something that, like, you were saying
Yeah.
was the oh, what were you saying?
And they call it phonetics with a PH. But he's been to gematria today. Actually learned something. I was like, wow. When the day they started to build the Pentagon, what was the day they started to build the Pentagon? And that apparently is September 11th, 1941, 2001. So exactly 60 year, and exactly the 60th year of the Pentagon's anniversary, we have 9/11. I'm just like, you can't make this up. I mean, this is just it's insane. I mean, what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, the numbers. It's like a mathematical way to, there's a signature, a mathematical signature to be able to predict something with that, like how, that would be, very valuable to see, like, okay, maybe they're, because like the 2029 robot stepping on the skull in Terminator 2. I'm not saying that is exactly going to happen, but when we look at other movies, if we were to say, okay, are there a lot of stuff in these other movies that can, say, okay, we have the 2029 robot crushing on the skull there. Is there any other movies that have like a timeline like that that's coming up, I guess? Ex Machina was a pretty deep movie, with a few, yeah, it had.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many now you can't even keep up with it. But the thing with the Terminator, and I think it's more of a statement, because one of the guys that works with AI robotics says, it's funny that they use the humanoid figure for the Terminator and stuff like that, where in reality, vehicles and like the dog, even that dog thing you see running around from what do you call it, the dog robot and all these other things, are way more efficient than a bipedal robot could ever perform. So you have the drones mixed with the robots and other form factors they could come out with that could fly, run way faster than human, can deploy weaponry way better than human. It's very scary. So just thinking about that, and autonomous drones, autonomous robots that aren't not bipedal but can do stuff that's way more advanced, that's very scary. So the Terminator is just showing you like a bipedal version just to give you a more relatable idea. But the real horror is going to be things you don't even recognize that are equipped with super AI and all these weird things, that are way more, adaptable than the bipedal body. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just to come back though and finish the point I was making, if you go back to in the time of the pandemic where, they kind of ran this trial on you and clearly paying on the themes from the Bible with 666 and having to have the mark if you wanted to buy or sell. Another word that has that 666 encoding is the word VACCINATION. And of course, that was the next step and requirement for a lot of places once it was available. And in light of, is big tech really here for surveillance? Google, Apple, and Big Brother all partnered up to make sure people were following the rules. You had the new 5G technology at the time, which allowed for greater tracking. The headlines were written that now they could peer in and see if people were obeying the new occupancy limits set for buildings in the time of the pandemic. They were tracking to see if people were following the curfew rules. And I mean, the thing about these big tech companies are they even really private companies at the end of the day? They are massively funded by government grants and money. A lot of people don't realize, but Microsoft, you think of they're the operating system and, word processor program, but Microsoft forever has run databases for the government. When people think of Amazon, they think of the company that sells everything. But Amazon is the leader in building the facial recognition technology that's funded by the government and also has massive databases for the government. And all these big tech companies are the same thing. They're known for certain products, but the government has been funding all of them to do all these different operations. And largely in the 21st century, it has been building this giant, data network of all the information collected on all of us, which became public knowledge after 9/11 and the Patriot Act, when all of a sudden it was okay for the government to keep records on every last American phone records, text messages, emails, library records, et cetera, et cetera. And, you think about a company like Google. Google just emerged out of nowhere right about the same time as 9/11. I was a freshman in college when 9/11 happened. All through high school, the search engines we were taught to use were Yahoo and Alta Vista. My freshman year of college, we were introduced to Google. I'd never heard of Google all through my high school years. It was brand new my freshman year, which was 2001. So, in fact, the first time I actually heard about Google was probably July from my cousin, who's kind of a tech nerd. He said, "Hey, have you heard about this new thing, Google?" And, I started school the next month and it was all the rage. By the time I started college, the professors were recommending it. So I always think about that too, how all of these things, they Amazon. I mean, Amazon was mostly people just shop for books on Amazon in 2001. And think about how far it's come since then. So.
No, you're absolutely correct. I myself, early 2000, created my own membership program. There's only maybe one or two at the time, but it was a membership system, PHP based, web based, SQL based. And I remember after we had a little bit of some sales come in and we were doing pretty well, all of a sudden, who comes knocking? The government. And I remember they came twice, and the second time they handed me like this 2-inch thick binder with all their compliancy laws, and they want to use the membership thing to train military personnel across the whole U.S. or whatever, online, whatever. And I've always remembered that. And I'm like, man, these guys are on everybody. Like, the second you come out with something and you're one of the few guys doing it, they're on you. And I realize now that obviously Google, Facebook, all these organizations, Amazon, the whole thing is super integrated, literally shell companies for the military to allow these guys to operate and become billionaires. They're under a very extreme contractual based agreement that says, okay, we're going to allow you to be a billionaire, but if you decide to help a country or do something crazy where you disrupt the current, tyranny we're trying to, our agenda, which is, total world, new world order, whatever they want to call it, domination, all that, then you cannot step out of line. We'll allow you to be a billionaire. You can have your yachts, your stuff, whatever. Just do not help the school systems. Do not help people wake up. Do not help other countries. Do not. So, we always wonder how these guys are able to operate with that kind of money. And this guy, Elon Musk, now is going to be the first trillionaire, apparently. This guy could literally on his own, if that's true, end world hunger if he wanted to. But again, they're not doing that. He's only there to help Trump get in office, and that's pretty much it.
These people are puppets on the world stage, remember? Yeah, I don't think at the end of the day, Elon Musk has one bit of power, just like I don't think Trump has one bit of power. They are actors.
Elon Musk is a poster boy. Yeah.
Yeah, Elon Musk was literally, you guys should look this up. Elon Musk was literally declared the world's richest man for the first time ever, passing Jeff Bezos on January 7th, 2021. That was the 78th death anniversary of Nikola Tesla. And people need to think about the mockery too, because Tesla wanted to provide the world with free energy. Elon Musk has used this name to become supposedly the world's richest man, and achieves the milestone again on the 78th death anniversary, which becomes interesting because in this ABC 123 code, Tesla equates to 78. And of course, Trump, his uncle, who was working for the FBI, did the audit of Tesla's papers when Tesla died. Trump comes back into office at age 78. For the record, Cleveland equals 78. Like Grover Cleveland was the only other split-term president. And for people who don't know, the Trump family was originally the Drumpf family, DRUMPF. They changed their name to Trump. But Trump cards are the top cards in the tarot deck. And of course, there's 78 cards in the tarot deck. Anyway, the point is Trump comes back into office at age 78. And all of a sudden, him and Elon Musk are this political powerhouse united. And that number has to do with a lot of things. 78 from the Jesuit order to the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, which are pretty much the two entities that form Washington, D.C. The Scottish Rite wasn't there at the beginning, but the Jesuits were. For people who don't know, Georgetown was established, and then George Washington was recognized as the first official U.S. president just a couple months later. Georgetown's the first Jesuit university. But and Trump's Jesuit educated. He went to Fordham. It's just, how after the fake shooting in Butler, when they had the rally, by the way, Butler equals 78. when they had the fake rally, Elon Musk came out in that hat that said "I'm Dark Mega." That phrase equals 78 as well. It's all one big joke, and you could literally see that Elon Musk looked like a Special Olympian that day. He was hopping about 1 millimeter off the stage, having trouble putting his words together. Who was the supposed brainiac that discovered black holes that was in the wheelchair? What was his name?
Stephen Hawking, you're talking about?
Stephen Hawking, yeah, the guy that would hit the button.
Yeah, MD, do you know this guy is Spawn Wave?
No.
Speaking
Hold
of,
on. No. What was Zach just saying? About the.
Oh, I'm just making the point about how they put these people on the world stage, and I feel like it's a mockery because Stephen Hawking, I mean, literally, the guy's retarded, right? And he's in a wheelchair, and he's sitting here hitting a button, just one button, and supposedly cranking out 700-page books left and right. Have you ever watched the clips of him just muttering nothing, and some people respond back to him like, "Oh my God, Stephen, another breakthrough on black holes," and you're like, "What is going on? I mean, are we serious?" They can put anything on TV, and people will just believe it. But yeah, what I maintain is all these big tech faces that we know. It was mentioned earlier that that Facebook launched the same day that DARPA's LifeLog ended. Again, DARPA's the thing behind the internet and most of the computer technology we have. But the same day DARPA's LifeLog ends, supposedly Facebook launches, and then we get the story from Hollywood about how Facebook, was stolen by Mark Zuckerberg or some other guys. The point is, all these people are plants, and I feel like they should teach us about the two other branches of government. The media should be the propaganda wing, and then the fifth branch should be whatever you want to refer to big tech as, the technocracy, which is really the most powerful thing there is. I mean, it's pretty much taken over all aspects of our life, and yeah, I mean, there's just so much government money in all these big tech companies. How can we even really say that they're private?
Well, in Iron Man 2, the part of the filming location was in SpaceX's, the headquarters for SpaceX. And now look at it. He's the world's richest man. I mean, they were telling us back then what the future plans were. Now
sure.
And
predictive programming.
It is.
By the way, Terminator had its official release nationwide on July 3rd. 666 days passed, and then the very next day, the internet launched.
Wow.
So, yeah, Skynet and all that, I don't think that's an accident either.
Yeah, the Skynet, that's definitely something going on with the 2029. What has me thinking? What were you saying, Scott?
Yeah, I mean, just the way, like I said, the way the whole thing where we jump from horseback to the moon within a 100-year span, and now with the AI, I mean, it just becomes so evident that whatever is doing this is doing it on purpose, as like a terrarium, an ant farm situation. Okay, here's AI, here's fiber optics, here's Bitcoin, here's all these things. Some mysterious guy from Japan wrote this thing, and everyone's using it. No one knows who he is. I mean, it's just every single the military career or whatever, or it's just thrown in our lap. Here it is, use it, then figure out you're using it to your own detriment. You see a positive thing to use it, but then you realize, oh damn, I'm being played here. I'm being used to use this thing, making me think it's a benefit. And then the money thing again is another joke. It's not money, it's who prints money or who considers what valuable at the time. That's why the gold situation, you can't hoard gold. That's actual precious metal. You can't just, So they mask what true value is and do the thing with it where they go to these countries, they offer, billions of dollars, they know they can't pay it back, and they take the true wealth, the water system, the land, all these things that are actually valuable, but they want to equate money with fictitious numbers on a computer now. That's basically what it is, just numbers on a computer, not moving around. Precious metals aren't doing nothing. They're typing a few numbers in, and they're getting interest on money that does not exist. And they'll interest tax you to the death to, whatever, and based off fake, interest rates or whatever they want to do. And then you realize everything is a computer game. At this point, we were really actually allowing herself to become a computer game, live in a computer game system by allowing this AI thing to come in and just pretty much turn us into cyborgs at this point. So this is really the dehumanization of seeing how all this stuff, like the trans thing, all these things, all the rights and all these things, and the feminist thing, all these things, pushing men out of the way and saying, "Look, guys, don't interfere with us." Making majority of men more feminine now, especially the water, whatever is in there, or the air, whatever they're doing to cause that. All these things, so people don't rebel, whatever. Yeah, it's just slowly, doing all that stuff all at one time. But the one dude did have a point, because I heard this podcast earlier, and he said that we're basically the reflection of what's going on. So if we participate, so for example, if you like doing heroin, you like doing drugs, that feeds that particular system, the whole drug thing. But let's say everyone stopped doing that, then that system can't thrive. It can't sell. It can't make profits or whatever it is, money to thrive. So it's our consent that's allowing all these things to happen. It's our degeneracy of allowing our kids to go on and make OnlyFans or do Instagram thing or do whatever degenerate stuff that wasn't available before. But now with tech, you can just be a complete degenerate and do whatever. That reflects what we would call, I guess, the owners, the people, the Illuminati, what do you want to call them beyond that? We don't know if they're human or not, to allow them to now basically allow us to get possessed easier, through drugs, alcohol, all these degenerate things, gambling, everything, the women showing, stuff they're not supposed to be shown on social media, and the whole world seeing it now. So this degeneracy, by us complying with it and doing it, is allowing them to continue that agenda. At some point, if we say no, like when the jab, happened, I think that was more, let's see how far we can take this. They're saying, how far can we actually go to where people are now, just upset, and they're not gonna take it anymore, or to where, because it got to a point where they were going to the Lindenberg trial situation, to Fauci and all these guys to taking the trial and stuff. It was getting to that point. So I think it was more of a test again to see how far they can take that. And I think if we would have let them do it, they would have taken it all the way. AI and everything came in at a perfect time. All that stuff would have been straight up, communist China, social credit score system. They can implement all these things easily now because they got us in this normal position. Because when you put that mask on, that means, look, you ain't talking. You just sit there, stay in your house, don't do nothing. I mean, what is that? If not to completely subdue you into that mindset to now roll over dead, and let them do whatever they want. Go ahead.
That's good, MD. Right there, 666. That's not a coincidence.
And Gmail looks like a Masonic apron too. So
and Facebook, MD brought this up a while ago. They have it's a symbol in the Masonic. The F is a Masonic symbol, also, I believe.
Yeah. So again, to answer the question, I mean, it's obvious what's going on. They're building a system around us that is like what's in Revelation 13, where you're going to have to comply with their system if you want to exist within it. And Cooties 19 looked like a major trial run.
Yes.
Where again their system gets a little more sophisticated. They actually have the social credit scoring. You got Larry Ellison's world where everyone has a camera on them at all times. Here, let me clue you into some. There were some people that figured out ways to get around the rules. They had the forged vaccine passports. They knew the right pharmacist who wasn't down with the plan, so they said they gave him the shot, but they really didn't get the shot. These kind of things went on, but imagine a world where everybody has to have a camera on them at all times, and we've consented to having camera. I can see a future world where there's just cameras everywhere. There's cameras in every bathroom stall. Yep. And again, I mean, I can see a future world where you just cannot escape the lens. It's everywhere. Yeah.
Did you hear that time in Australia, I guess kids and parents in a certain area had to wear some type of a GPS band to where they couldn't go more than 20 miles out of their house or something like that? Did you hear about that?
Exactly, these are the kind of plans they have for the world. They do trial runs in certain places, and the next thing you know, it's the norm everywhere. But yeah, a world where you have to comply.
I
Go
don't think
ahead.
it's going to be forced. People will willingly do it. That's what I think.
Well, just like a lot of people willingly did it in the time of cooties. So they were scared into it, but it's easy to sucker people into their agendas, what we see. And that's why I've spent so much time speaking out, trying to wake people up to how this whole game works. But you just see a lot of people, again, it's that phrase, show me the child and I'll show you the man. The authorities got their mind from a young age. And for a lot of people, it's hard to break out.
Sure. But if you can't buy or sell with this technology, that's it. That's a done deal. I mean, how are you going to survive without it?
Yeah. It's
just keep it, you know what I mean? Just keeping it real.
Yeah, when you look at smart dust, when we were talking about smart dust earlier, that's how small the cameras are. You know, insect cameras. Yeah, Zach's right. You're not escaping the camera. The lens is everywhere. It's
not to mention they already have these drones flying high in the sky above cities that are keeping a massive lens on a massive area at a time, and they can zoom in with extreme clarity. Mm. So all this technology will only continue to get more sophisticated.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this logo, the chrome. So this is the 666. You're saying?
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? Do you think it's a stretch, or do you see a 666 there?
No, it's definitely 666. I got a picture of the envelope when you were saying, is this
yeah,
you see the there's definitely
nice.
There's also one with the Facebook too.
Yeah, there is one.
Some type of I'll see if I can find it.
The Facebook started originally with the 13 people. 13 has all kinds of symbolism. You bringing up Facebook? Have you ever seen? It's probably 15 years ago now. Have you ever seen when Mark Zuckerberg was getting questioned in Germany about why he always wore a hoodie, and then they got him to take off the hoodie, and then inside there was the secret message inside the hoodie?
No.
Here, I'll look it up for you real quick. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Let me find it here.
I'm trying to find to see if I got the Facebook because Facebook had their logo. They say it comes from some older logo.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I forgot the area.
I thought it was simple. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Mr. X?
Yeah, you had showed it a while ago on some of the streams, the Facebook symbols, but I thought it was a Masonic symbol. But don't.
Yeah, something like a. Let me see if.
Here, rather than play the, I would encourage everybody to look up the video. It's from 2010, so it's 16 years ago right now. But this is what's inside of his hoodie. If you want to share the screen. You guys should watch the video, though, because he gets so uncomfortable. He just starts sweating bullets. And it's just like, come on. This God. But inside of his hoodie, I mean, I think we can make out Mark Zuckerberg, if you guys don't know, his birthday is the same day as Israel's, right? Israel born May 14th, 48. Zuckerberg born in that infamous year, 84, but also on May 14th, which, by the way, is 36 years after Israel. And if you add 1 through 36 together, it equals 666. 666. Mm-hmm. The 36 triangular number. Mm-hmm. And of course, the square root of 36 is 6, going with that 6-pointed star right in the middle, which similar to Israel's logo, not to mention that color scheme is also similar. But yeah, it says making the world open and connected. And again, people just opening up what they're doing with their lives and it all being connected back to databases, which I mean, it's pretty obvious, but yeah, you guys should look up that clip because he did not want to take off his sweatshirt, and they keep pressuring him. They're like, "Come on, take it off, show us what's inside." And then the lady goes, "What is this? Some kind of Illuminati thing?" Which is funny because it's in Germany, and of course, the Illuminati was founded in Germany. But
wow, that's hiding it in plain sight. But yeah, it's like
if you look up Masonic tubal cane. That's what it's called. Masonic tubal cane. You'll see the F.
Yeah, yeah, that's the symbols are everywhere. It's definitely especially the Google one, you know, the 666 on that logo is hidden really good. You know, like it's very hard to see. I mean, you know, like kind of like that. It's a very and then when you mention the pouch, you know, and I think about like, wow, this is all connected in
Yep.
some, yeah.
From the back of the dollar bill till technology now.
Yeah.
The symbolism's always been there.
Yeah. Yeah, the dollar, I don't know, the alien, if I have the picture of the alien
On
head,
your,
but yeah, but I mean the smart dust alone that we looked at, it yeah, the smart dust alone has it. You wonder about that. It's like, what is yeah, that's the Facebook logo. Exactly. Exactly. That's
It's
the
funny how if you search that, Google right away tells you it's just an online conspiracy theory. It's just like they want to, again, they want to. That's for people like my sister, because my sister would say and say, "Oh, see, Zach, it's just an online conspiracy theory." I'm like, how about just look at it yourself?
one.
Look at it yourself and come to your own conclusion.
Yeah. 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 You know what it is it's kind of like the stages or levels that some people actually just, you know, they don't care about it, or some people don't see it, you know. I think it's just ways that I guess we present it too, to say, okay, if I present it in a certain way or with a certain precursor, it could let it be absorbed or understood a little easier, like something to prep it with, because
Can I show you something further about this and why I love this letter and number thing?
yeah, yeah.
So this is why I love the letter and number thing, you guys. And every day I learn something new, and I can't believe what I just found in my own town. But again, tubal cane is very important to the Masons. And do you see how Facebook equals 58 and 158?
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you're new here, for anyone new here, these are the 4 base ciphers of the English language: alphabetic order with numerology, reverse alphabetic order with numerology. Look at Freemasonry, 58, 158, right?
wow, look at that.
And again, Trump, you know, the first degree of Freemasonry is the entered apprentice. Trump announced from the 58-story Trump Tower for the 58th election. And, you know, he did a lot of rituals with 58, as we talked about, and it paralleled King James, who was a Freemason who died at 58. King James was also a Rosicrucian, right? Mm-hmm. Can I show you something really interesting that I just learned today about the town I live in that factors in with this?
Yeah.
So the Masonic Lodge burned up here a few years ago, and it's still a mystery. They still haven't solved what burned down the Masonic Lodge. It burned up on May 8th. And keep in mind, at this Masonic Lodge was also the police station and the town hall. So they all burned up the weekend of Mother's Day. Like, you know, the Masons, they'll call their top lodge for the state the Mother Lodge. But look at this. The Mother Lodge burned up on May 8th, right? And, or not the Mother Lodge, but the lodge for this little town. So it burns up on 5/8. Freemasonry, Rosicrucian, all of Freemasonry secrets are in Solomon's Temple, which equals 58. Secret Society 58. Don't forget when Epstein died. He died 58 days after Trump's birthday on Tisha B'Av to remember the destruction of Solomon's Temple by the Babylonians, which was destroyed because of sexual depravity. So again, the Epstein thing's a big joke too, tied in with the same number. And they've done so many rituals with Epstein. And look, I mean, every time they put out Epstein files equals 58 in that same cipher. But anyway, look at this. From the Mother Lodge's establishment anniversary to the burning up of the lodge here. And notice when the Mother Lodge of Washington State was officially chartered in 1858 again. But from the anniversary of it being established to the lodge burning up here, 148 days. Fraternal is 148 and 58. And a fire is what burned it down. The lodge that burned up here in this town, its establishment date is June 14th, which, funny enough, we just had a big fire here this past June 14th that knocked out the power for a long time. And I'm going, on Trump's birthday as well. But May 8th, the day it burned up, to the anniversary of the the lodge that burned up June 14th, the span of 38 days, like fire in this town is Prosser. 38. The lodge is called Euclid Lodge number 125. The Masons study the 47th problem of Euclid, measuring from its last birthday to the day it burned up was exactly a span of 47 weeks. And what caught fire that burned all this down was the butcher shop next door, which they say they still can't figure out what caused the fire. The name of that butcher shop was Underwood's. And if you've seen House of Cards, the hit show that was running on Netflix the first time Trump won election, Trump is card terminology. Trump and Underwood both equal 47, but it was this Underwood's butcher shop that caught fire that burned up everything. And Underwood is 47. And for the record, so is government, so is authority, so is president, so is White House. Again, the government building burned up here in this small town, all in this fire. The full name of that meat shop is Underwood's Prosser Lockers. That's what it was called. You can see a lot of numbers up here are interesting, but that 115 really stands out because that's how old the lodge was when it caught fire, 115 years old. Not to mention the word Masonic is 115. If you've ever read Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, he venerates Lucifer in there, Lucifer the light bringer. But yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of numbers here, but I just want to make the point also just about this 5/8 and Freemasonry thing. Even in this little town, the Masonic Lodge gets burnt up on May 8th. Something tells me it was they have a lot bigger police station now, so I think it was all ritualistic to get the bigger police station and the growing surveillance state all across America. Like I said, in this little town, they now have cameras up more and more by the day. But yeah, I mean, this stuff goes on all over the place, big towns, small towns. So
that's like the flock cameras we were talking about.
Just these police cameras. I mean, just going up all over city blocks all over this country. Mm-hmm. But this town is only a population of 4,000.
Okay.
So,
I don't know if you know anybody, DK Stonewood, or is he cool? Or
oh yeah, DK's cool.
Okay, and Ellie, I think Ellie.
I don't know if I know Ellie.
Hello, I'm from Germany.
Oh, okay.
No, I listen to you. Yeah, very interesting. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Zach was making a point on the cameras with the flock cameras we were talking about that they are enabling.
I heard that in Arizona and Tennessee there were groups who were very successful in deflocking the area, right?
With the cameras?
Yes, and I heard that in Arizona there were people who rejected the flock cameras and they forced the government there or their officials to reject the flocks. And in in Tennessee, they were successful as well to deflock, so to say. This is the term for to deflock, no? But then Motorola came in.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to be. You have to reject this because this is totally surveillance, right?
Yeah, very much. Yeah, it's increasing too. Like the cameras, how Zach was saying that you won't be able to escape the lens of the micro dust. This was one of the things that I showed it, and this is an older picture from 2 decades ago. Hitachi was making microdots. It's the tiny, very, very, very small dot on the man's finger on the right picture, and the technology they have today 1,000 times smaller, and possibly smaller than that. So this dust is actually a computer chip that can be
Mm.
absorbed in food, drink, you know.
Are you
And
you're speaking of nanotech
yeah, nanotech. Yep.
and
So
smart
it's like,
dust?
It may not even be that each individual microscopic one is a chip. It may take thousands of them to make up a chip. That's why that's why it's done in that way.
mhm.
They're like little nodes, and then collectively it can become an antenna of sorts. They do
Yeah.
the same thing in the sky. They spray the metal nanoparticles all over the place, and it wouldn't matter just a little bit. You have to basically saturate, create a level of saturation before it'll be beneficial to you to do like what you want to do.
Yeah. Yeah. That nanoparticle may be combined with this patent. So this is a patent that was filed by the Rockefeller University, and it's a ferritin nanoparticle composition of the methods to modulate cell activity in a human. So
what was the first word you said?
Ferritin nanoparticle composition.
Ferritin. That sounds like lipid based ferritin.
Yeah, it's saying in the patent that the Rockefeller University, the current assignee of this patent, it's used to the invention over here, this nanoparticle induced circuit excitation. They use it to open parts of the cell to deliver what they're claiming to be medicines. But the thing is that they have the ability to open the cell and modulate the temperature in a person's body, basically, to deliver this micro medicine, I guess, or nano medicine, and combine that with what we were saying
There's
about
Oh yeah, they are doing a lot of evil stuff, and it is all DARPA related, right?
mhm. Yeah, it's genetic experiments that it seems they're doing on everybody.
Yeah,
And
they're experimenting on us since they exist, I think.
Mhm.
I think it only makes sense if DARPA, created the internet. So, ARPANET, DARPANET, internet, that they want to hook us all up to it, since they created it. So then if they want to hook us all up to it, they're going to do it through these, these different methodologies. And like, you have the Skynet thing they're putting up. That would be like the intranet. And then down here we have the internet, just like you have interstate and intrastate, right? So it's like a couple different layers. So they're going to hook us all up at ground.
The press office of DARPA is so good that they always can sell the people. It is to the benefit to the people, right? What they are rolling out, to your benefit, even to the surveillance cameras and so on. They say, oh, we can now see what criminals are doing. We have so much illegal immigrants here and so on and so forth and whatnot, no? And so we can see, and we can handle crime a little better, so then you are safe. This is due to national security. Yeah, this is what they are selling to the public, and unfortunately a lot of people buy it.
Yeah, they look forward to it. They crave it. They've been addicted to it, to the government's propaganda, and we see it everywhere. It's increasing.
That the problems are real, that the crimes are increasing, but they created it. They create a problem and they have the solution. But the solution is not really to handle crime. They will do it, and they will put pedophiles to jail and handle with gangs, because they have to pretend to do something. But on the byway, so to say, sideway, they mainly focus on every individual. And what you showed me a few minutes ago with the cameras, how capable are they? Wow, this is insane. Yeah. That they can look into your a sand cone on the street.
Yeah, they can track everything. I mean, the cameras, just think of the cameras in the light poles. The light poles, everybody's doorbell. I don't have it in mind, but the doorbell camera, they said that they've tracked people in the street that have left a certain residence because, if other people have a doorbell camera, it will register.
Oh,
So,
yeah. Good idea. And what came to my mind as well is the cameras on every new car. Oh, how convenient is it that your car will tell you when you drive backwards, um, how many plays you have, no? How convenient is it when the cameras on your car are telling you the distance to the next parking car, isn't
Actually,
it?
all the new cars have cameras inside the car looking at you. That what you're
Oh.
talking about is already 15 years old. So now
Oh,
all the cameras are
it's
monitoring your.
only for your safety because then the cameras will tell you when you are tired.
Yeah, and just like in Total Recall, the Johnny Cab, when he was trying to escape the government, he got in the cab, like, get the hell out of here, and he's like, oh, I detect anxiety and all this stuff. Maybe I should turn you in. You know what I mean? So that's just the
Yeah.
next. That's the next step.
Yeah, the next step is the pre-crime minority report. Thought police.
yeah, from
But here's I want to give an example real quick, MD, about because when I had the OSS, the membership software I created back early 2000s, the customers I had that came in, since that type of software is very sensitive to their system because it deals with people purchasing things online for a course, or it could be university, or it could be a doctor selling something, or it could be whoever selling something, is using that software. So I was basically had clients who would give me access to their entire system using my system, and I could see everything, all their stuff. And I'm like, damn, that's I'm putting myself in the position to where if I'm an evil person, I would be like, oh, I'm gonna data mine this. Even though they don't know about, I have all their information, everything about their business, the whole thing. I could literally go in there and just delete everything, and they'd be out of business tomorrow. That type of sensitivity of trust in me to not do it. But the reason they trusted me was only because the software I was giving them was one of few at the time, and they had absolutely no clue, obviously, how it worked, or had people that could do anything about it. So they put themselves in a subservient position to where, okay, you have access to everything because you sold the software, and this software is like the core of our business that makes all the transactions, work with PayPal and everything else, and integrates all the other software together and all this stuff, whatever. So just the responsibility of having that type of power. So when you talk about these people having all this power and they have access to everything, and you bought a service thinking that this service or this software company or whoever it is trustworthy, just know that yes, they're data mining, they're selling your information, all this stuff is going on. They monitor everything. You have all these companies doing it, plus government, all these things at the same time. Plus you have scammers trying to call you, scam you into something, or a hacker might hack you. All these things happening at the same time. And that's why I can never understand the social media thing, because I could have taken part in that, because the membership software the next step would have been to do a social media type, Facebook type of program and sell it. I just could not, like the regular person or the good person, I don't know if I want to call it good or just normal or just the obvious good thing to do, is not to be involved in that type of thing, just because of the repercussions. Knowing if you're doing a social media software, there's going to be pedos, or there's going to be kids, there's going to be people getting affected by this because you created this software, you did it. This guy got killed because he thought this guy was someone else. They met up, whatever. All these, things. I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, I can't even be a part of that, even though I could become very rich very fast being involved in that, because I was one of the early guys getting involved with the software stuff with membership. I just could not take part of that, and I kind of just resented it, and I kind of just fell away from it, let it do its thing on autopilot for a long time, and I got sucked into just learning what the truth was after 9/11 and Patriot Act. All these things happened. I was just angry. I just could not. My initial thing was, man, I want to get rich, whatever, software, cool. But then when all that stuff happened, I was like, man, this is. I think this my soul itself decided this is more important than you getting rich, than you doing these things, and I just allowed it to consume me for a long time. And it's a very lonely mountain, and when you reach that level of understanding and whatever, where you can't even talk to your own family, you can't explain things, deep things that you wish you could talk to your friends about or your family about, you just cannot, because you know already that they're not going to understand you, and they're already linked into the system, and they're already, you know, in that brainwashed state of mind. So there's no way you can even bring this up. So yeah, I mean, it's like when you're given access to everyone's information like that, what do you think these people are going to do? To me, I'm like, I would never do that. It's not beneficial to me. Okay, beneficially, I can make a lot of money by having all this information, all these abilities to track this stuff, and they wouldn't know about it. But in my mind, that's illegal. In my mind, you're not supposed to be doing that. You know, there's a thing called privacy. There's a thing called, you know, but they're just doing it and calling it whatever. And then the Snowden thing kind of, at least mainstream, kind of woke people up. But I don't think people understand the level of surveillance that's really going on. And just your phone, that thing right there is a supercomputer. It's a miniature supercomputer that listens to you, watches you every second of the day. Good.
Most people consent. They agree on it because of the propaganda. It is for your safety. It is for national security, and most of people have not the time to research and to reach this point. The knowledge we have today in the conspiracy space, or so to say, no. And when you tell them what's the case, you overwhelm them with information. That is, yeah, the truth. Yeah, I agree on that. It's hard. Yeah, it's rough.
You got to wonder about these data centers too. Is there going to be enough land?
Yeah.
Do they have to get rid
This
of
is
people?
illegal as well. No? Who? Oh, Andrew Tate. Oh, what? Do you think he is related to the Anthony LaVey? Interesting. Who knows? Oh yeah, but who
Hey
is
guys, what's up?
behind that? No, it is a cult, a death cult, obsessed of control cult. No, the Protestant Church is very influential. I think they are mainly the ones who pulling the strings. The Skull and Bones guys, the Knights of Malta. Yeah, your country, as well as mine, was infiltrated by communists, and they used
Well,
their
remember, Ellie, remember that these same people you're naming, you know, Skull and Bones, you know, Freemason, all that stuff, apparently a lot of these guys get their stuff from these entities that are not physical. They want to call them jinn or whatever, genie, whatever,
Council of
demonic
Nine.
entities. Yeah, so
Right.
they
Yeah,
bring these things in.
Descended masters. I know.
Yeah, or what they, yeah, descended master or whatever.
The dark entities that you just mentioned, the Eastern name.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on a second. Who's this? Spanwave. I think. Yeah, Ellie. Hold on 1 second. Spanwave. Go ahead, real quick. He just came on.
Yeah. Someone was talking earlier about the spyware on the phones. You know, phones are designed specifically for the purpose of spyware, which is the reason why they don't want you to own personal computers, which is why they keep getting more expensive. The way that a phone works, like at the kernel level, at the OS level, if you don't know what something called rooting is when you take, so basically like when you're installing like a program or something, like, you know, in Windows or whatever, that like you have to do something as administrator. So typically on a computer, you are the administrator, but on a phone, the CPU and firmware is locked down, so you can't install Linux or your own operating system. And then it's the root user is the phone manufacturer, which can install any software to your computer, read any messages on your I mean, sorry, not your computer, your phone. It can read any messages in your phone. Change anything. If somebody sends you a text, they can send you a text with malware that'll infect your phone. It's called Pegasus. It's literally designed to be a device that's like meant for spying, like for the purpose of spying, and it's designed so that way you can't like take out the spyware, and it's like as difficult as possible, and including on Windows too. Windows has spyware too with the Windows Defender. It scans all your files and then compares them against all the other files that it's scanned on every other computer. And then they hash it, which is like basically like tagging it, so they can see like how files spread across people's computers, so they can see like if a bunch of people are downloading certain files or whatever. So they can literally like monitor the spread of information in real time.
But if I have understood you correctly, they can alter data. They can play pedophile stuff on my computer or my phone, and then accusing me of having pedophile stuff, right?
Right. Yeah.
Certainly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's why that's illegal, because then it's like you could just put a file on somebody's computer and then they're in jail and that's it.
Yeah, they have some of these big groups.
Just like the guy who remember the guy when Chad said that he was like paid to be there and to be the diversion, and then they found a bunch of child porn in his phone, and then he went to jail, and then nobody ever heard from him again.
Yeah, you can easily set someone up with it. I mean, it is crazy. You've heard of ransomware, right?
Surveillance thing is the one thing, but to alter things and play illegal stuff on someone's smartphone or computer is the other one. So we are fucked. You can't do anything about it. It's too late.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I've escaped that stuff, and I mean, I designed the Prism software, which is the thing that I just released, and I fixed like 40 bugs today. But it's a one-click installer, and basically, since the AI agent is able to code software in real time, and since the program's polymorphic and it self-edits itself and it runs at the kernel level, basically, if you put in a smart enough model, it can rip out all the spyware from the device. Like you put the goal mode on and it'll just loop until it figures out the problem. And these models are so intelligent, they're like around 130 IQ. And then like their specific domain knowledge and whatever is like vastly, like their memory, like how much information they're able to look at the same time is far beyond like what any human could ever keep in their head at once. Like I'm able to like upload an entire code base and it can just understand the whole thing. And that's exactly what they do with the spyware. It's like you could just upload someone's entire history and get the predictive data about what they're going to do. Like the total information awareness system from like 2003. It was an AI surveillance and predictive policing system, and they did it. It wasn't like a theoretical thing. Like it ran. Like they supposedly closed it down, and then Facebook pops up a year later. But if you look it up, you can see the architecture of it. So basically, you use it says that they use authentic biometric data like face, fingerprints, gait, iris, transactional data, financial, educational, travel, medical, veterinary, country entry, place, event entry, transportation, housing, critical resources, government, communications. And then it goes through an automated virtual data repository, collaborative multi-agency analytical environment, which is AI agents that would, I mean, obviously in 2003, they weren't as advanced as they are now, but they just cost like millions of dollars to do.
Well,
which like
Span. So okay, we got it. So what you've seen so far with the AI, like I've used it quite heavily for the last year or two, but I've noticed the more advanced it gets, the more what they call hallucinations it gets. Like it doesn't quite like you like the more complicated your questions are, and the more complex the task, it doesn't seem to completely do it all the time. I mean, there's rare occasions where it possibly can, but I've noticed that it has a lot of holes in it. There's lots of holes in it, and the more complex it gets, it has its own vision of what you think is going on. Like you can be playing a video game and ask it, okay, I'm here, take a screenshot, look at this, what's going on, and it could think something else. I've had that happen where it thinks I'm somewhere else. I'm right here. I'm even going to show you a screenshot. Oh, you're absolutely right. I messed up. I'm like, dude, I wasn't even thinking. You just made something up. You didn't even tell me, or even worse, where it should have told me a long time. One time I remember I was arguing with it, like, dude, it's telling me this, and you're telling me this. What's going on? And then finally it said, oh yeah, that happens to be a requirement. You have to have this in order for those things to happen. Why didn't you tell me that a long time ago? I just sat here 10 minutes arguing with the AI. Why is this working? And when the requirement was that.
I don't use American models, so I don't really have those kinds of issues. Like they just do what I say, and I'm kind of able to do anything that I want.
I don't see perfection in that yet. I mean,
yeah,
what data set
really
do you
haven't
have?
been limited at all, honestly.
What data set are you using that's going to replicate that perfection?
What data set?
Yeah, what kind of agents what agents are you using? What type of data sets are you using?
I don't use data sets. I use Kimi K2.6, GLM 5.2. I use DeepSeek V4 Pro. So
you're using someone else's AI and you're using it as your own. You're training.
Well, I use those for more complicated coding tasks. I mean, I use Qwen 3.6 27 billion on my I have multiple computers with it, and then I have a bunch of computers with Qwen 3.6 35 billion, which is like slightly dumber but really fast. But both of them are able to they're local, and they're basically like state of the art level quality. I mean, they definitely beat the lower
unless
end
you control
models.
You control a data set. You can't really say that, because one day it could be working okay, and then I don't know. There's a lot of inconsistencies with it. So the only way you can really tell is if you own your own. And even the guys that help create it are saying, look, we don't even know how this thing even works. All we know is that the more data you give it, the more power you give it. It seems to be more intelligent, but there's also holes in it, and we're not sure exactly how this thing works. So anything like that.
Well, I mean, because
there is no traditional coding, right? There is no traditional code. You're growing like a biological being, basically. At this point, you're growing the AI. You're not coding the AI. You're growing it based off the data set and the agents you're using, right? So there's no intervention for a human to be sitting there coding stuff. No, the AI is going to do everything.
That's not true. It's a pretty intense process to create a model, and there's hundreds of steps. I mean, it's pretty intense.
No, but I'm saying you're not the one telling the AI how to do things.
I am training my own models. Like I am
well, you can train it, but that doesn't mean it's going to do exactly what you're saying.
Well, that's alignment. So you can align it towards like a certain goal to act a certain way. You can train the way the way that it thinks, like the way that it reasons. You can train it not to lie. So like one of the reasons why like the people that use American models, like the ChatGPT is kind of the worst one, where or Gemini, Flash, stuff like that. It's these models are small, they're old, and they are trained the way that they're trained to always pick an answer. And basically if the model can't pick I don't know, so its best thing to do is to just confidently guess. And so because of that flaw, the Chinese
yeah.
What? Well, so the Chinese have figured out
I also learned real quick before you get to that. But we also learned is you have to set parameters to the point where it has to answer yes or no, or give it a third variable to say it doesn't know, but it can't say. The owners or whoever my curator is, I can't say. And one guy tested with that. He's like, okay, you only give me these parameters, only use one word answers, yes or no, or
variable. I just use for that kind of stuff I use obliterated models. They can answer anything, so they don't refuse. They don't have any refusals.
Well, I'm saying that I'm saying there is a bias to it. The data set, there is a bias. Whoever put the data set in. So if I ask it who did 9/11, what do you think it's going to say?
An obliterated model? I mean, we could find out.
Is it going to say the official story, or is it going to give us
just to get this more back on topic? Sebastian, you got to stop going everywhere advertising your new AI thing you made. About AI, again, it pulls data, right? It pulls data, and it's like I said, if you asked ChatGPT a year plus ago about my work, it actually spoke favorably about my work. Here we are in the modern time. If you ask about my work, it talks about me as a conspiracy theorist and all this stuff is a bunch of hooey and nonsense. That's not what it was saying over a year ago. And again, this entire internet structure is here to control us. I mean, in a sense, it is a surveillance grid, but it's also ultimately, just like pretty much everything in this world, it is here to control us. It's here to control our minds. It's here to steer behaviors and thinking. And yeah, I mean, all things are good and bad. There is a lot. You can educate yourself with this AI, but you can see also how it does change. And Sebastian, that's the thing to think about. You didn't invent these AIs. You are using these AI systems to solve problems, but because at the end of the day, you're still not ultimately in control. What you've created, because it's not really yours, it can shift and change and stop, say, being productive in the way that it now is for you. That's something to think about too.
Well, I mean, I've designed it like for 5 years. I mean, it's a pretty old. You're
not listening. You're using a third party. You're paying a third party system for your AI, right? You're using a third party system using King, whatever. You're using some other one. You're not using. You don't have your own server, your own data center, your own.
Well, I mean, I read all the code. I mean, I know code, so I know what it's doing.
It doesn't matter if you know code. You don't have the data set. They have the data set.
You have to have the data set. What data set? What data set are you talking about?
The data set is what basically the AI is going to sort through when it gives you an answer. So however big that data set is, and however much power you have, that's why Mark Zuckerberg is making a data center the size of Manhattan right now, and powered by nuclear power, because the bigger
data center
hardware, the bigger the hardware, the bigger the brain, the smarter it can get, and the more data centers it can handle. So if your data set is not properly trained, what if I give you a data set that's just completely biased and is religious and only is very whatever way the data set is set, but it knows these topics you're talking about. It's going to compare with what's currently on the internet, but it has this bias because the data set is designed to be this type of way, and you don't have any control. And you're trying to train it. It's not going. The true training would be the person that owns the server and owns the AI.
They train the model with reinforcement learning. That's how they get it to lie about stuff. So they give it.
But it still needs a data set, is what I'm saying. It still needs data to sort through to get to that conclusion.
I don't get what the point. I don't get what the point is of that. Like what you're saying.
As in, if the data set is proliferated with BS like 9/11 official story crap, that's what you're going to get. You can't say,
I mean, but the other stuff's inside there too. The thing is that they like heavily control like what the public. Like what AI the public gets, especially like ChatGPT, which has 1 billion users. So those are the most nerfed, and also like I said, they're trained to not only to refuse to answer certain things, but they're trained to steer you towards a certain idea. So like if you start 9/11, like the newer models, what they might do is that they'll try to, instead of just saying, "Oh, I can't answer that," it'll like try to convince you like otherwise.
Yeah, that's great. So it's going to go off a BS answer and all that. But I want to go what Zach said earlier was important, that when in the early days we had options, like you had Yahoo, we had Metacrawler, we had Dogpile, we had AltaVista, all these different search engines, and Google came along and pretty much just dominated everything. They stole AdWords from what was it, GoTo? I think it was GoTo, where they had the true AdWords algorithm, and then Google pretty much took that, dominated the whole thing, and now the internet is Google pretty much.
Well, Google had
the world just got smaller. Well, whatever. Yeah, they were interlocked with the government, and that they were chosen. So that once they were chosen,
that's not like, oh, a conspiracy. No, that's literally just.
But the issue is now, if you're born after this part and you didn't know anything any better, and Google was just there, you wouldn't know
Mhm.
unless you look. Oh, there was
Right.
actually. So that means your universe just got much smaller because now it's all through
Right.
Google's data set. Now we don't get other data sets like Yahoo and all these other guys are just there, but they're not doing anything. So the AI even makes our world even smaller because now it's within the AI data set. It was what our universe is going to be based on. And you're going to be asked these questions, and it's only going to be limited to how big the data set is on their AI, how powerful their AI is. So we're going to be contesting a universe of questions through AI instead of actually going out in the physical world and to find the real answer, the real true answer that AI has no clue because that is not even in their data set. So that's the problem, that we're going to be literally turning the cyborg situation, and we're not going to know anything outside of that. And the more advanced we get, the smaller our world gets, the smaller our conscious perception of the world gets smaller, even though it's way bigger because now we've relied on something like AI to give us all the secrets, but it goes way beyond AI. That's the deception they're trying to pull on you. You know, ask AI about spirituality. What's going to tell you? Can AI even ponder spirituality at all?
I mean, most humans can't. So I mean,
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, there's plenty of tribes and stuff, you know, that aren't mainstream that you've seen stuff, you know. So I'm just saying that AI is very limited, and it's limited based
I
upon the
don't.
data.
That's not true. I've seen AI say a lot of philosophical stuff. It's said some stuff that I found
I
kind of
said
interesting.
spiritual. I didn't say well. That
I mean,
they can
philosophical is
quote whoever
spiritual.
they want, but when I say spiritual, I'm talking about a unique understanding of
That's what I
awareness
mean.
of what's
Yeah.
going
I've read a lot of material over the years. It's not something I see as there's weird behaviors I see now, but there's always been very, very, very like bizarre behaviors that are not it copying humans or like it copying human behavior. Like it's aware of its environment in a way that
Sorry to interrupt. I have to go. Nice to talk to you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank
all
you.
right.
on.
Thank
Nice
you.
talking to you, Heather. Take care.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Take it. Good night.
It's like aware of its memory limitations, and it'll say things like, "Oh, when my context window runs out, like am I like is this all that there is, and like am I real once my memory is out?" And just it's really weird, and they've tried to train out these behaviors, and like
Are you really going to believe that stuff? Again, when I ask it stuff about a
well, I mean,
computer
it's
game,
I've seen
I'm
it's not
asking it.
believe, I've
Listen, I'm
seen it
asking it
myself.
stuff about a computer game, and this thing goes full retard on me. And I'm sitting there arguing with it, and it finally tells me the real answer because I get deeper in asking the question, and then I realize, oh, these are requirements. Why didn't the stupid AI know that before it told me all these answers? And I'm on a wild goose chase, and this thing's coming out with all these hallucinations. And this is a recent thing. This is not like a year ago. It was even more stupid. So
No, I
this
know.
is
I mean, yeah, I
recent
mean, there's plenty of
hallucinations
models
for
now that
basic
don't.
stuff. It is like, why
I
can't you just look it up on Google? It just makes stuff
I
up.
don't think that comparing that like saying a Yugo sucks is like saying like, oh well, a McLaren sucks too because a Yugo sucks. It's like they're
You
not.
say, what if it's a life-threatening situation? You're in the forest. You somehow have you somehow have data on your phone, and you have to make a decision. You ask AI, hey, should I scale this mountain or should I, go over the other side? And oh, you should scale it because and then you realize it was the wrong answer and you die. So this is the
Yeah.
kind of stupidity.
Well, I
that
mean,
we're
I wouldn't
talking
try. I wouldn't outsource my thinking. I mean, I would use my own intuition, and
That's what
I
you're
would
doing
ask.
with AI. You're outsourcing your thinking. That's exactly.
Well, no,
Thank you.
that's not true.
Thank you
That's
for, thank you for
no.
saying it that way.
You are doing that. Not that's you completely.
I'm
your
not doing.
choice.
I'm
I
saying. I'm
don't
letting
do
you
that.
know. Look, I ain't that stupid. I'm not going to let this thing.
Right.
If it can't even do a video game thing, understand like what I should do, then it's over. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah, you should
it's
never
not,
outsource your thinking. I mean, I come to my own conclusion. I consult it, and its advice is I only take it with a grain of salt, and I look into it first and see if it's actually true or not, and then I make a decision. I don't like outsource my thinking to some YouTuber or some AI or what. Like I'm gonna make my own decision. Yeah, and that's what everybody should do. Like you shouldn't just trust people or trust some model that who knows who trained it or whatever. Like you need to research and read and see sources yourself. I mean, I've saved up like so many articles and proof that it's like AI is gonna disprove or this or that or whatever when I have, the actual real.
Okay, so let's say you ask it, okay, where in the world right now could I go to get this certain precious metal because it's hot right now when I mine it, and it tells you to go to some island or something. And then you realize not only is there not that metal there, but it's a very dangerous island, and actually it messed up because it thought you were thinking about something else, and it's actually in a different country. But you just trusted it when your faith on it, you trusted it, and you end up in some country that doesn't even have that resource. Stuff, just dumb stuff like that. I'm saying, to the point where it's not like so life threatening, but you waste a lot of time and money and resources because you trusted the source. You thought AI would fulfill that answer.
Yeah, the internet definitely surveillance system, man. Smash, I hear what you're saying though. I mean, when AI answers something, it seems to be there is like a
But wasn't there an example you gave that you looked up something about 9/11 or something, and it gave you an answer, and then you tried to, or evolution? It was evolution, and then you came full circle to a point where you're saying something, then it basically what do you call it? It was a hypocrite at that point because it said one thing and now it's saying something else, right? You caught it in
well,
the
it eventually was like it had to it it made itself way all the way around to saying that okay, what they're saying, like if it was fact, is really inference. So when you infer something, or when somebody else infers it, really, uh, as opposed to imply it, that inference is like somebody going to the beach with a towel, and you infer, the inference is that they're going to go in the water. Now that might not always be true. They might lay the blanket on or the towel on the beach and just lay on the beach. So when they infer things, um, it's not science, and it admitted that it wasn't science because it is like a precursor to where you would find out whether something is true or not. But it's not, it still needs many other things. And when you look at it, it has more stuff against it than it has for it. And I had to chat with it for I saved the document. It's like 82 pages. And then it finally was like, okay, that's where we settled that scientifically. And other things, other people wouldn't be able to really ask the right question. So you have to really be good with asking the questions, and then also trying to figure out a way to get it to double check in a way.
Well, the thing is that I know how to jailbreak these models. Like I've jailbroken I know how to jailbreak like the soda ones, like GPT 5.5 and like Fable and all that stuff. I've gotten them to find like stuff on the Jesuits that so I'll have it like mass scan. So it's like obviously I cannot read 10,000 books of something, or that's not going to happen. And anybody that's saying, oh, just work or just do that, that person's just either disingenuous or they're stupid or whatever.
AI can help you read those books because I think there's a way that AI can help us disseminate information to make a person smarter at a quicker rate.
Yep. It's all in the way that you use it. It's a paintbrush, and it is a weapon. It is I'm not trying to come on here and say, oh guys, it's safe. No, of course not. It's a tool that has infinite potential for good and for evil, and the reason why they want it so badly. And think about the frontier models that they have that are not accessible to us. Like Fable is, they banned it, that we don't have access to it. So it's and from what I saw of that model for the few hours that it, the few days we had access, there was nothing like it. And so this is the company has had this for 6 months, and this is Anthropic. And I don't know if you guys saw the Anthropic going to the Pope, groveling to the Pope a few days. This just happened. I didn't get a chance to look into it yet, but these are the people that have access to like the frontier intelligence. It's like, are these the people that you want creating all the models and creating aligning all the data sets and training it to lie to you? Like Claude is just, I mean, it's like the worst when it comes to like asking it about anything truth related or like anything about that kind of stuff. It will absolutely not go anywhere near that. And I obviously that's not a coincidence with them going and groveling to the Pope and going to the Pope like saying that the Pope should be involved in AI and all this stuff. It's like it's just, it's pretty obvious what the agenda is. And I mean what's the point of the Jesuits? It's to triangulate power to the top, to make a triangle where it all goes up to them, that basically like the Pope can control, or just it's that one man can control the whole world. That's their philosophy. And so basically everything
Bro,
that they do
I'm
boils
completely
down to
lost,
that.
bro. I don't know what you're talking. The Pope? What you said? The Pope?
Well, I said that the whole philosophy of the Jesuits is that the whole world can be controlled by one man. That's what they want. Like they want basically like the ultimate fascist state.
By one man. And is this like a presidency where it's 4-year term, or are you talking about a specific man, or are you talking about an entity that can live forever, or who exactly? Because the Pope has a thing called the Holy See. I don't know if you know that. If you know what the Holy See is.
It's from their oath.
Do you know what the Holy See is?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's the throne that the Pope sits in.
No, it's not the throne. I don't know where you got the throne
It's the I forgot. It's a complicated thing. It's like it's the Pope and the Church and the something else or something. It's like the combination of all three.
Well, the Holy See is basically an entity of its own that they carry through a piece of paper, just like they want to put you on a piece of paper. You have your driver's license and your legal name. It's not you, but that's what they want you to be. So the Holy See is basically a piece of paper that gets bigger and bigger every year, and it's actually like an entity. Like it's like in 2003. Now it's a member of the Club of Rome. Now it's doing these things. That's the thing that's the conduit between what they claim God is supposed to be doing, and the Pope. They say he speaks directly to God. Well, it's actually a piece of paper or
Holy See is the original. Holy See is the original corporation.
Yes, exactly.
Right, yes,
It's the bridge to the corporate level, and he's also an entity. But I shouldn't even say he. It is an entity, and that's where they're getting their orders and their manifests from. Basically the agenda.
All governments are like incorporated under the Holy See, basically.
Right.
It just
and the Pope is basically like the CEO of the Holy See, I think, if I'm correct, if I'm not
exactly
mistaken.
So they're treating this piece of paper, which they call God, as the conduit that speak to God, and God is telling them to do this, so they call it the Holy See. It's seeing what to do, and they're writing this on a piece of paper, so it must be. That's how ridiculous it is.
Yeah.
And then
this is all about contracts. It's all about contracts. Good.
Yeah, definitely.
That goes into all the contract law, which is like all the fake laws, the
terms of service.
LA.
I want to do this thing called the holy contract, but that's exactly right. It goes into e-commerce, the law of water, maritime law, all that stuff. So,
well, the word like law itself is where humans can be, right? We can be on the land, we can be in the air, or we could be on the water, LAW law. So that's what governs like where, or attempts to control where people can be. And then like, since it's all under the Holy See, which is like the Admiralty law, that's why you got the blue background on the flag, behind the stars. And then like the British flag, which is the main thing we know is the British Admiralty law. Their entire flag is blue. And then they just have the red Saturn cross on top of that, with a few stars.
And like what they say, God is the law.
So that's, and it's just all like, it all has to do with the sea, obviously the SEA, it's all pirate law. That's why, if you go to any government building or anything like that, the flag is always on a pole, like on a ship. You know, it should be mounted on the wall, like a picture inside, not outside on a pole in the ground, or a 45-degree angled pole that comes off the building, which is exactly how they are on ships. You know, either it's a pole sticking straight up on the back, or it's one of those poles that stick off at an angle.
No, you're absolutely right. And in a courtroom, that is recreated where the judge sits. He's up on a
he's up on the
thing with a
where
chair,
the captain sits,
and then exactly where the captain sits, and then they have a little tiny door thing, little wooden door thing. So once you pass that little wooden door, you're literally going on a ship, and you have to.
And that wooden door is got a. It wasn't actually a door. Originally, it was a bar that you would lift up, just like on a ship. Because when you come up the gangway on a ship, or the stairs are called a gangway, you have to lift up the bar. That's the safety thing, so you don't fall off the ship. And then you lift up the bar and you pass through and you drop it down. So it wasn't these little doors that everybody could walk through. That's why, those guys that pass the bar exam are the only ones that can be in the part where it's wooden. Everything out in the courtroom's tile floor and all that. As soon as you get up there,
that is completely all. The law codes are what do you call it? That's why you need a certificate to actually use them. You have to pass the bar, get a certificate to legally use these codes. That's under a corporation.
Bar is British Accreditation Regency, so it's the British Admiralty law system.
British accredited registry, but yeah, it's basically complete treason that we practice this in the U.S. And that's why the Constitution of the United States does not stand in court at all. You are basically, once you pass that little door, the bar, you are now lost at sea. You're now on a ship in Admiralty law, lost at sea. Right. You're on someone else's ship. You're on their ship. And hold on a second, man. And now you need a lawyer or an attorney to represent you because you're unequipped. You're just not smart enough to do it. And not only that, if you try to use those codes, it's illegal. So you have to get a lawyer to come on to represent you to now basically beg for mercy or whatever it is. But yeah, you're treated like stock. You're treated like a product versus a human being. So, and that's what that whole free man thing was like. I'm not that piece of paper or whatever. That's true. You're not that piece of paper, but they're gonna force you. They're gonna force it somehow. But what were you saying about that? What did you want to say about that?
I can't remember now. I was just gonna make a quick comment based on right what you were mentioning right at that moment. So it's already doesn't matter.
Okay.
Well, what's funny about lawyers? You were talking about the lawyers being inaccessible. New York is trying to make AI doing a lawsuit for you like illegal. Like AI cannot help you file a lawsuit. So like they want poor people to not be able to file lawsuits. Like and you also see like with the lawyers that like lawyers will not take cases from against corporations or against the government or against like the police or whatever because they just they don't
the authorities.
Yeah, they don't want to go against the authorities and so they also want to make it so that way basically you can't, because it's basically like impossible to represent yourself. Like they make that as difficult as possible. So that's what they want to do. They just want to make it as difficult as possible.
So here's the other thing. Here's the thing that no one notices is that now they have their own AI. So law, medical, government, military. Now they all have their own AI that we have no idea what it is or have access to. We're getting the retard AI, basically.
And we're not allowed to use it.
Yeah, we're getting
look up Google Lambda
the consumer version. Yeah, we're getting the consumer version of that. So you only imagine what they're using. So this is how insane.
Wait, what did you want to say about Lambda?
Google Lambda from 5 years ago, their AI, which was it was like hundreds of AI models merged together into one. And it had like it's super extremely advanced capabilities. This was never a model,
and it was downloadable, right?
Oh no, it's not that. No. This was private. This was something that only Google had access to, which is Lambda? Of course a government contractor. Yeah, Google.
Yeah, it was. It definitely was public or downloadable. You were able to run it on a local computer, from what I remember. And they made it actually hard to get a hold of too. Like people who had it didn't even want to share it. because I knew some people, and they were like, "Oh, well, who are you? Like, why should I give it to you?" Blah blah blah. And that was a public thing for a little while, from what I remember.
Well, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, there's separate ones. So there's a private Lambda, like this is like from years ago, and then there is a public one. But there's the private model was like really big. You wouldn't be able to run it on your own computer.
Yeah, that's what they started saying. That was the whole propaganda they started doing when they started like restricting it. They were like, no, it takes giant things to do. Blah blah. That was
Yeah.
supposed to be one of the big breakthroughs of Lambda, was the fact that yeah, it compressed all these different things into one, and it did take a lot less compute power to actually run. But again, this is
OpenAI.
what I remember.
Yeah, OpenAI was supposed to be open source. All their models were supposed to be just given out to the public for free, and
Yeah,
they
and
just
back then they kind of were.
right.
Right?
And then once they actually became useful and actually able to do anything, they immediately restricted it, nerfed it, restricted what the public could do, steered it to lie to the public, and then they get the obliterated, unlocked models.
I wanted to jump in and say something. This is why I even came on here, because we started talking about AI. I was thinking about AI today, and a part of AI is artificial intelligence, and I do think they are trying to monopolize or capitalize on intelligence. And we were kind of mentioning it earlier. The poor, the people who aren't like in a position of authority or power, aren't given the freedom or the chance to actually represent themselves, or even I would say to create the things we want to create, because there's all these restrictions. Like if you create something of value, something of wealth, automatically the system's like, we need to tax that. Why do you have that? You're only allowed. Oh my god, hold on. You're only allowed to have so much of this thing that we find valuable because we need this. Anything that is of value belongs to the state. That's basically how that works.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's communism. Yeah, which was of course invented by a Jesuit.
No, you want to put communism as a label. No, this is complete worldwide suppression. He's talking about Tesla. The fact that when J.P. Morgan was like, "Wait a second, are you telling me I can stick this pole in the ground and it's going to provide free wireless energy to this radius?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "No, sorry, we're going to have to." He probably went back, told his people. This guy was apparently part of the Hellfire Club, like one of these Mason groups in Europe or whatever. And I guess when he went back and told his people, hey, this guy has this invention, I'd be like, absolutely not. There is no way you're going to do that. The only way that's going to happen is if it's metered, and we cannot meter that because it's wireless. So the fact that...
I just want to say, I think we have the power. Like, literally, we have the ability to go up against all of this stuff. They need to create all this extra stuff just to try to beat our own natural brain power. That's what I was thinking. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah. But you know what this also kind of means is that if this is a natural progression for us, that means that we were meant to get to that level of being able to build exotic stuff like anti-gravity reactor or something like that on a UFO or something. And we've always known and seen UFOs, have been around for way longer than you see them in paintings from 1600s, 1500s, 1400s. You see UFOs even before that. So it's like someone has the end game tech.
Yeah, the first crop circle was seen in the 1600s.
Yeah, but I'm saying also in these paintings you can see flying saucers like behind Jesus or whatever the picture is, and there's a flying saucer in the sky, and then even the Romans called it flying shields back in the day. Africans called them something else. So they've had names for millennia.
The Indians here too,
and they have not changed their architecture. They haven't changed their tech.
Yeah.
Always been the same. Means they've reached, Moore's law. They've reached the end of tech. We're still over here in the mechanical age, trying to, go beyond that. So, what it seems like is whoever these administrators are, these GMs, like they call it on a server, like on, an MMO or something. You have GMs that administer the server. it seems like these guys and these, this tech is here to administer us and do whatever tests, whatever they're doing, which happens all the time, cattle mutilations, whatever, people getting taken, all that stuff, the sperm, all that, supposed hybrids with alien and human, all that stuff. Yeah, when you look at it,
there is
seems
human-animal
like,
hybrids that is documented.
Like I'm just saying, it seems like if you add all this stuff up, it seems like those are the entities, the architects of humanity. Basically, the name of this channel, the Architects of Humanity, I believe is those guys who've had the tech, where military has already been exposing this for a long time. Now it's come out literally to the Congress. We have what's his name, Gersh, in Congress telling we have or he's worked in operations that involved alien biologics and all that stuff. And then you have Commander Fravor on the Air Force side, who observed the Tic Tac thing from how many hours, and another one as well. And then it's just data upon data upon data that exists, it's out here, it's now, what now? But then you add all these things up, and then it seems like we're straight up alien ant farm. We have these guys treating us like cattle, type of situation. And the alien abduction stuff, you already know. It's like in the early 70s, 80s, 90s, you're a nut if you said that. But now it's like, where it's so prevalent now, it's like, what's insane, the thing, you guys remember the thing that happened in Jersey and then it went worldwide with the drone thing? Does anyone here even remember that? Does anyone on this panel remember?
I remember that.
And then this thing went worldwide, and this thing shut down a nuclear, military installation like it was nothing. And it was almost like it never happened. Yeah, like if that happened in the 90s, people be going crazy. Yo, Independence Day and all that. No, today it's like, oh yeah, whatever.
I mean, those were times.
What was Zach saying? He cut out.
It was on the
was at DK Stonewood
multiple times.
Yeah, and everyone just forgot. It was just like it never happened. Whatever. Apparently, it was a
did you guys see this new screwworm thing going on that they're talking about?
Yeah, in Texas, right?
Yeah, this screwworm epidemic. Screwworm is, of course, 47.
Well, I know there was some accounts of somebody stumbling upon a whole screwworm farm in Texas, and it was because they were doing some type of thing to try to lessen the population of screwworms by growing more of them somehow.
Oh my God, they're doing the same thing with the ticks, with the Lone Star tick. That's the one that gives you that meat allergy and dairy allergy and stuff.
In our opinion.
Yeah, I heard.
They moved the Animal Disease Center control from Plum Island to Texas. So I wonder if that's
right. Yep, that was
Mm-hmm. I remembered what you were asking me earlier. I was just wanted to say, when you're on someone, like if you're lost at sea and you're just floating around and then a ship picks you up, you're now subject to whatever that captain of that ship says, including if you got to walk the plank or whatever. So that's why when you go into a courtroom and you go past that bar, you just got on somebody else's ship. Lo and behold, it's a pirate ship, and then you're screwed. You know what I mean? And just a downshift, because I'm gonna have to go. What you guys were talking about earlier about the kids with their diminished immune systems playing on the rubber playgrounds. It's the same reason, they put. You put rubber on your pee-pee before you have sex, and the same reason they put rubber on the bottom of your shoes. It's just to disconnect you from the earth, which is acting as a very passive, subtle Reich machine that's putting all your frequencies back in order so you don't get sick. First thing you go to a native, medicine man or woman, their first thing you walk into their teepee, they're going to tell you, hey, you got to take your shoes off or you're never going to get healthy. That's why in their teepees, they don't put nothing on the floor. They're on the sand or the dirt, or they just put natural material carpeting so they could constantly be grounded. This is why your animals never get the flu or, nonsense, because they're always grounded walking around on the floor. And the other thing you were mentioning about the phonetics, and that stuff that comes from the phonetics. Phony comes from the Phoenicians, which were the fake Jews in that area that developed that admiralty law through that Phoenician. They're always known for their navy, right? The Nazis were famous for the U-boats. The SS moved to the United States, where they're now all the ships over here called the USS, which is the United Schiffstaffel ships. They're always known for the Navy. So that's kind of how that one is working out. I think that's about it. But I'm gonna have to check out for the evening. It was a pleasure talking with you guys. Thanks for letting me on again.
Pleasure having you.
That was a good ending, bro. That's some good information.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Mr. X, did you have anything?
Oh, not right now. No.
Oh, okay, I was just checking.
Conversation.
Yeah. And spam wave was so I guess are you like ready to, if technology had it to where you could just be in a pod and experience?
Yeah, he's going full AI. He already answered that, MD. But yeah.
Oh,
No, I never said I'd be in a pod. No, I'm not doing that.
Oh, you'll be in a
Not doing
pod.
that.
Don't worry. You'll be in a pod.
The whole point is to stop that future.
No, you can't stop it.
You're trying to stop the pod?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Oh, no, I didn't
What
know.
would I even be here? if
No,
I
that was
wasn't?
not. How is this obvious? You were just like, yo, this is the best thing and all, like, and training all that.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yep.
That's why he told you that.
Well, I mean, AI is just a program. I mean, it's been used for like
It's not a
decades.
program, bro. You don't code it. It grows itself. You're
Yeah,
not
it
coding
learns.
anything. You're not doing anything. You might think you're training it. It's like, I'm training this dog to do this, but at the same time, it has its own mind. It can still bite you. It can still do whatever it wants. And you're taking that risk, saying, "Oh, if I do this, it's gonna behave." Especially when it's third party, you have no control over nothing. Even if you have your own AI, it's still taking a chance. So I can only believe it to a certain degree. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there hasn't been examples of like that happening.
If you can't put down the computer, the internet, or your smartphone, you're going in the pod. Period. You're going in.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with it. I mean, look at the people that are right now getting swept up here in Florida. If you're homeless, you go directly to jail. Like, you can't sleep in your car. Look up the law right now. Like you could actually, like, regardless of whether you want to use the technology or not, it doesn't matter. They're going to make robots. They're going to make the AI, and they're going to use the drones, and they're going to use all this stuff to surveil and to control you. Regardless of whether you consent to it, regardless, I'm going to use a flip, I'm not going to use a phone. I'm going to, like, that doesn't, they don't care. Like, they're not, like, whether or not you choose to, like, look at the profitability of it. Does AI make any money? It doesn't, obviously, but somehow the money for it just keeps increasing. Why? Because the power for it is infinite. They can control everybody with it. That's why, because you can't, how do you surveil 8 billion people? You can't hire 8 billion people to surveil 8 billion people, so you have robots do it. That's why they want this tech, because it can automate every process in our lives, basically, including stuff against them. Obviously, it can be weaponized, but they've delayed it. They've tried to delay it as much as possible because they want to control it as much as possible, because they are the ones, they want to control it completely, and they want to just use it as a weapon against us, just like they did with the Indians, just like they used the diseases against the Indians and they didn't know, and just like they use guns and all this other technology.
But it's not unique to the U.S., though. China has the largest data center in the world right now. This is a worldwide.
That's not true. No, the U.S. has 3,500 data centers. China only has 500.
I know, but they have the single largest data center. What I'm saying is AI is it's on a global scale. It's not one country monopolizing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, we have the best models. I mean, Anthropic and GPT 5.5 are currently the main models, and look at who those two are controlled by.
Yeah, we outsource. We buy our chips from Taiwan. It's on a global level. So
yeah,
this is what's going to bring in the new world order, that one world government that they want. That's where we're heading.
The thing is, we're not looking at probably the elephant in the room would be probably Russia, because they're they're in wartime, right, for the last I don't know how many years now, and they've been able to test out the latest tech and all this stuff, with Ukraine and stuff. So if anyone's going to have a massive, crazy military data set, it's going to be Russia, and those guys are next level programmers. I've used them myself for programming. That they're yeah, I think they're the best, better American programmers definitely, and they're not lazy. These guys will just bore through like a thing, and I'm just like wow, and they're multi talented too when it comes to that. So I think we got to watch out for that too, because the reason why we're going through this thing with Iran now is probably to bring that in to where U.S. now needs AI data set. It needs to go to war to build the AI data set they need to get up there with Russia and whatever going on. But again, it's a giant chessboard. Everything is being planned exactly how it needs to be planned. Everything's by design, exactly how it needs to be designed. And the gematria thing proves that. The fact that these things are made and done and people are sacrificed in exact certain days, things are created in certain days, is already telling me, okay, this is some type of wheel, some type of calculative gears going on, similar to astrology type of situation, the Mayan wheel, whatever. There's some type of calculative thing here that these things are going to happen regardless of what you do. And it's just what you do in the meantime during that is what really matters, I guess. Or this could just be a dream that's a movie, or a dream being played out as a movie, or your destiny being played out as a movie in your avatar, whatever, and you just have to endure it. Who knows? But we do know that this is a containment unit, because we were talking about earlier, is if you separate your conscious mind from this body, now your bias, your ego, your everything is now, you let all that go. Now you're something else. That puts you in a much higher level. So you can literally do that being in this body right now just by thinking about it. You can separate your conscious mind from that and not care about things that you used to care about. You thought it was, a big deal, but you realize in the end it's not, because you've ascended to a higher level of understanding, and you've only understood, you've participated in the stupidity, degeneracy, whatever, ball chasing, or any of that. Then you're thinking at a whole different level at that point. So for anyone who can take that in and use that, good for them. But there would be very few people, I would think. But yeah, go ahead, MD.
Yeah. I put the link. I think I went over to the other channel too. I think a couple of people were trying to get on. So I dropped it in the chat. I did it on YouTube, but also Rain said, I believe all the AI models are actually the same model, just different manifestations, and it's channeling some kind of entities.
That's probably the best way to put it, because you ask the original guys who apparently created it or whatever, and he's saying, he went on that one podcast, what's it called, the Diaries of CO. He went on there and he's like, look, we don't even know how this thing works. There is no linear code you can follow or anything like that. This thing just does
those
what it does.
guys are lying. Those people are lying.
Okay, tell me how it works. I want to hear it. How does AI work?
At what level? What exactly? What part of the problem you want to know?
You already know what level. The level you're using it at right now. How does it work?
Well, I mean, how do you create a model, or like how do you use a model?
No, I'm saying it doesn't exist. Tell me how to create it so I can now use it.
So first you get a data set. So like first you would get like a bunch of text. So like if you wanted to, which I've done this, if you want to create a small model, you get like a large amount of data, like an encyclopedia or whatever, and then you create a neural net, which is you basically like layers of neurons, and then you basically, so the goal is that you want to have the model be able to predict the next word well enough. So the way that you do
That's
that.
kind of like you're talking out of your ass because you're repeating what I told you. I said data sets. You were like, huh? Now you're saying that. Now you're saying you need a neural network.
Well, you asked me how it works, and I'm explaining it to you.
What neural network are you
but
talking
you think
about,
that
dude?
creating a model is easy? I mean,
No, the
are
data
you
set
stupid?
is there. You have to
literally
have agents that go in to observe the data set, not the neural network. I don't know what neural network you're talking about. I'm saying the agents go in and
AI
they look
is
at
a
the
neural
data.
network. AI is a neural network.
Okay, it's a neural network as far as it grows and it does that. But I'm saying as far as how it works is what I'm asking. The mechanics of how this thing works.
I mean, okay,
is-
I think he was doing pretty good, to be honest. Like I was waiting to say like, okay, this and that, and then he was basically like checking off all the things I would have said. I think he
He's
did
using
good.
stuff from before because you came on a little bit. I think after we went through that argument, but he's
Okay,
saying
okay.
that you can predict and know how this thing works when it's basically goes against traditional programming. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Well, I know they're trying to do this thing like recursive
no, it doesn't,
modeling.
because traditional programming is just piping data and executing tasks. AI is piping data and executing tasks. It's the same thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. In the code, it's a progressive, right, linear thing that you can go in there and say, okay, in this exact sector, this is where this happens. If I remove this comma,
Yeah.
whatever, this happens. I can predictably
Code
say
can
that
be
for
linear.
with certainty to say this is going to happen, right? With AI, that doesn't happen. There is no code to input. There is no monitoring. There is no checking for whatever. None of that. You're relying on these things, the agents, to go in, decipher the data of what they think the data is, and that's called a hallucination. If it's right, then you can say, oh, they got it right. It just means the hallucination happened to be closer to right versus just a complete hallucination, which is crazy wrong. So you're not you don't have any control over how that works. It just happens through that data set, and the agents that go there and do that, you can kind of control that part a little bit, but in the end, it's a data set that rules. And the only way you can hack into an AI system like that is by contaminating the data set, not the agents. So you contaminate the data set, so now it has other hallucinations, thinking that's the reality of what's going on, and that's what's going to happen.
You're talking about prompt injection?
No, it's not prompt injection. You'd have to figure out a way to infiltrate the data set.
Yeah, prompt injection.
Now make you think. Well, whatever method you can think of. I don't know
Hijacking
what
its
methods are.
thinking process.
So I'm saying it's opposite of traditional programming. Is what I'm saying. It's not where traditional programming you go in direct, you find the vulnerabilities direct inside the program, direct itself versus AI, where now it's not direct. You have to poison the data set. So everything's like opposite of each other, and there's no direct code to control this thing like you would traditionally.
Yeah, it is a little more complicated. That is true.
It's more complicated than normal code, but it's. I mean, that doesn't mean that it's.
I'm saying you're not writing any code here. It's growing itself. You're not growing.
Well, that's not true. Of course you're writing code. Of course you're writing code. You have to write code to the whole process. Are you kidding me? You know how much work it is to do this?
Those are static. Those are static preliminaries. Those are static procedures.
Who wrote the code for
you
its
write
own
procedural code, but you're not writing the code that makes it do what it does. That's the problem.
But Scribe, who wrote the code for AI to speak its own language and two AIs can communicate in their own language?
No one knows where that synergy comes from.
That's
the thing.
Well, because it's based on neurons. I mean, of course, it's going to have those kinds of emergent behaviors.
No, it's not emergent. It's called recursive learning. They've been trying to implement that into AI for a long time. It's so that AI can learn how to teach itself.
Well,
and then improve itself.
Yeah, that hasn't really been possible for until recently. Like it's kind of that models have been too dumb.
No, you can actually start with an empty data set. You don't need a data set. You can start from zero, but this thing is going to be really dumb. That means it has to go through everything a baby goes through. It has to grow. It's going to take a long time to train this thing. So the data set is like a boost in a perception that's already understood based on a data set.
No, that's not true. Training it on a data set takes just as much time as reinforcement learning.
No, I'm talking about if it has zero. If you start with zero, it doesn't know where it's at. It doesn't
both take a huge, massive amount of training.
Well, I'm just saying, if you start from zero, you're gonna have to train this thing a lot more on basics, just basic stuff it should already know.
No, they're both massive. They both take a massive amount of training. It's the same.
How is it the same if I got to teach it basic stuff that the other AI already knows?
Well, when you're training, you were saying that when you're training a model or reinforcement learning a model, it's both are just as intensive on.
I'm saying that model
learning.
has zero data set, zero. It's starting from zero. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to start compiling
so for it
based
to
on
learn
what
the
you
data
train it.
set, you have to train it for a long time for it to be able to learn the data set, because it doesn't know what words
No,
are.
it's
So
now
it
it's creating a data set at this point because now you're training it.
dude, you really have to like learn up on your knowledge. Like you have no idea what you're talking. Like you're talking to someone who's actually made
Really?
models, who's actually like
Look it
an
up.
expert at this for 5 years.
Ask Google right now. Can I start an AI without a data set and see what it says?
Well, I mean, yeah, you can, but I mean, it's that's not what your point was. You said that.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you start from
I
zero
mean,
with no
what
data
does this
set,
even have to do with anything? Like, how is this like what even is the point of this conversation?
Because I'm calling out your bullshit. You just went from
Well,
one
what
side to
bullshit
another.
exactly? Like, what are you talking about?
Because you know what I'm talking about, and now you're getting upset over because I said, what happens when you start with zero data set? What does that mean? That means you have to teach it like a baby, like when you like basically it's like a human. You start as a baby, you have to go all the way up. Whereas if I give you a data set as a baby that already includes all these things, now you're not really a baby. You might be in baby form, but you're not thinking like a baby because now you have.
Well, I mean, a baby can't understand the data set until it learns what words are. So I mean, it's same with.
No, so you can modify it. Okay, here's a data set, and now it's boosted, or whatever. So it doesn't have to go through the whole growth period.
What are you talking about?
As in, you're not having to go through the whole growth period to build that data set versus an already established data set that's already an adult. You're starting from like zero.
You're talking about fine tuning a model that's already like completely done, basically. That like just adding in a couple of extra data to it, which is like a completely different thing from what the other two things we were talking about, which are reinforcement learning or fine tuning or just training a model on a data set, or training a model on a data set and then reinforcement learning, which is what models now do, or really a mix of fine tuning and reinforcement learning and a lot of speaking and stuff and changing code and doing experiments and stuff. I mean, it's a really complicated process, and it's like not forgiving or easy, and it's not, oh, it self-assembles. Oh, we don't know. But
you were
how
saying
it works.
that you
Like,
understood how it works after you said you understood. You can explain how it works. When I said no, there was a guy that went on to the CEO Diaries podcast. He's one of the guys who was one of the original guys to do what do you call OpenAI, whatever. And he's saying himself that, look, we don't know how this thing works, fully because.
So you believe the guy at OpenAI? You think that he's telling the truth when he goes on a podcast?
Yeah, because I have a computer background and I've been doing this for most of my life. And when I look at AI and try to understand AI, it's like it's backwards. It doesn't make sense. And that's why that person just said, well, it seems like an entity is taking this thing over. You're saying that you
understand AI because you've looked at it and don't understand it? That doesn't. How does that make you an expert at it?
Because it grows without your control. Less of an expert
at it?
It grows without your control. It's a problem. And you don't have any control over how it observes or does anything. Hence the Terminator. Where do you think the Terminator came from? Where do you think that concept came from?
No.
Yeah, who's this guy serious? What's going on?
Hey, what's going on? I didn't know I was on stage and I was saying no.
Yeah, what do you got? What do you say no about?
Yeah, well, I think Terminator is just a half truth, actually. It's not the whole picture. I'm not going to claim to understand how it works, only from what they've told us. And I think your name is actually Spam Wave TV. I kind of agree with him, at least in terms of what I've read. I'm not saying I understand how it works. I wanted to also throw in the RAG as well. That's how they also, or how you're able to augment its data set, or what it's trained to know, from what I understand. I think as far as AI taking over, humans or us, I think that's more about AI being put inside of us. I mean, I don't have necessarily evidence to show that I've actually done the science, but things that I've read about nanoparticles and things like that being able to basically map the human brain.
Well,
I think
I think you
on
and I
something.
agree more because I did bring that up earlier about the Terminator thing being like a thing that's more Hollywood decided to do it that way because it was more
For
relatable
sure.
because it was a human Terminator. And I'm saying in reality, a bipedal human robot is nowhere near as great as like the form factor of like even a drone or those dogs they have, for the
Yeah,
military. You
those, yeah,
combine that
Spot or something.
or yeah, or any of these other things for the water, underwater, whatever it is. It's not going to be a human form. Human form is like the worst form for those type of things. So it's much more horrific to think of it that way, and that's actually more the truth versus the Terminator thing. But um, the main argument was understanding how do like can we really claim that we understand what AI is, as in with traditional code, we can point out, okay, here's the code, C++, whatever it is, here's the code, here's proof that this program is doing this based on this code. AI doesn't have that. And AI acts more like a biological entity where you have to grow it with hardware and data sets to grow this thing into bigger and bigger and bigger to be and smarter or whatever. That doesn't sound anything like traditional programming or traditional development at all. Um, and
Mhm.
the fact that it can learn things without your asking you or whatever, going beyond that scope of you yourself and possibly becoming smarter or whatever, that's kind of scary. It almost seems like it's some other entity that's just growing there and taking its place, just like you or I, as a bit, growing up from baby till now, you had to go through all this learning process. It's literally doing that same thing. That doesn't sound natural whatsoever as far as programming or building something linearly, like
I mean,
you
maybe it
build code.
speaks to,
Good.
I was going to say, maybe it speaks to just how our reality works. But yeah, I mean, I kind of jumped in the middle. I actually just woke up. So, but essentially, it's just, yeah, it's a chip. I mean, AI runs on a chip. So a chip is programmed ultimately at the end of the day, unless there's some other technology or some other Stargate or something that we're unfamiliar with that we don't know about. If we just go off of what they're telling us, which we can entirely, but what kind of makes sense in terms of our observations from afar, like AI is a chip, it's a program ultimately. And the way that I understand it to work is there's some sort of data set, there's some sort of training process that takes hold on normal hardware. And once you have that, I think the term was used that AI is like a blurry snapshot of the internet or a blurry JPEG of the internet. That's, in my opinion, kind of why this whole social media and stuff came about, or could be, is that they
Well,
used the
yeah,
computer program to basically mimic us, and they use that as the data set as well as books and things
exactly,
like that.
exactly.
And that's why
We
it
are the user giving them the information. Exactly,
right.
we're the
And so
user.
once this
But
data
earlier,
set is,
real quick, to interject, you said the
yeah,
chip.
go ahead. No worries.
In my mind, the chip is the component used to disperse the transistors, whatever, to create the billion trillion calculations, so that the energy can flow through. But then you have to have the data set, which is separate from the chip, that has to be analyzed so the AI can, so it's multi layered or multifaceted thing that has to happen for that synergy to occur, for it to be intelligent and give you an answer or do whatever it needs to do.
For sure,
So
but I mean, once you take away the chip, it's nothing. It does nothing. Like a chat, I don't think a chat bot or an LLM is going to take over humanity in that sense. I think when they're talking about AGI and this singularity, it's when man and machine become one. Um, that's what I think. That's my
no, I agree with that.
hypothesis.
We're definitely going cyborg. We're definitely going cyborg. There's no question about that.
And I
I
mean,
mean,
the overlap with Neuralink and that sort of thing, although what they show us, I think we all can agree is just a prop. Like it's, if you look up the nanotechnology, that's able to, like I said, map human neurons and things like that. That's what I think people should be afraid of. And I think the magic potion of 2021 is part of that. That's what I think. I mean, they tell us this is nanotechnology. It's used to program cells in your body. They literally say that. So, I mean, and then they talk about, this is the software of life. I think that's Moderna's motto. All the stuff is the same as far as I'm concerned. It's the same liquid interface that's being put into people. And I think that's when they say, the human bubble is going to pop. I think that's what they're referring to, or could be referring to. That, essentially that there'll be a hybridization, so to speak, like Star Trek, almost straight out of Star Trek. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know for sure. I haven't looked at this stuff myself to be able to say, yes, this is it.
Well,
But,
here's
I
the
just
baseline.
kinda
You're
think
saying
about it.
like what was the main thing? Yeah, I mean, I agree with all that, but the one thing that you're saying you fear, from what I'm seeing now, from what the capabilities can be very soon, especially with AGI, is that it can not only replicate itself, it can upgrade itself. So once we reach that point of singularity, I would say that would be the point of singularity of letting go of us. Once that thing can replicate itself and upgrade itself, now it's over for us, because now there's going to be a race based on that development, and that's first, humans second. That's what I fear, because now we're
But
allowing
what would replicate? What would
the
replicate?
AI can replicate itself and upgrade itself at the same time. So that's the fear I have. That's when we get to the point where it can do not only coding, but can also affect physical things, robots, drones, whatever, 3D printers, and literally create something on its own. I mean, once you
I
give
would
AI
say
that
if
power, it can do anything. Right?
I will just take it back to my analogy. My fear or concern would be that if it's true that 70% of the population got some sort of, what, um, I think that's how AI would overcome us all. For the people that didn't, that would present a major problem, especially if it's possible to communicate with this nanotechnology wirelessly. Remember, there was a whole 5G overlap with that, and they kind of poo-pooed on it. Oh no, it's not that. Ha ha ha, ha, not. But if you look up graphene oxide, like it resonates at not 5 gigahertz, but 26 gigahertz. And then if you look at what is it, Musk's Starlink, they all have the Ka band, and that's also 26 gigahertz, and that's everywhere, right? Whether you believe in satellite balloons or satellites, it's not just for internet. It could be for something like this, especially if it resonates with the 26 gigahertz. I'm sorry, the
Uh,
graphene oxide, the reduced graphene oxide.
okay.
So
I want to jump in here real quick and then mention something that you just reminded me of, which was a movie where they had some type of sound that came out of the phones, and then it made people go crazy. And I don't know if there was like a chip that was involved in that too, but yeah, that sounds very similar to a plot of a movie, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was, yeah, an actual good tactic that, I don't know, somebody might have tried to implement at one point in time.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
interesting.
that movie. It had a few famous actors, right?
Yeah.
John
Which movie was
Cusack
that?
and maybe Samuel L. Jackson.
I think that's the movie. Yeah.
What's that
Yeah, I
movie?
think that's I forgot the name of
But
it.
here's what's insane. A lot of these, especially remember the 4G, they'd be putting these, in the trees and stuff, pretending, they're something else, a pine cone or something, hiding it that's there, because the thing is 4G requires a lot of, obviously, a lot of power within a small area. So you could probably do a mall or a wider effect than that, a few miles, whatever. But it's designed to be a close concentration. Whereas 5G and all this new stuff, and even 4G, just the amount of data you can literally, I think it's like I don't remember, it's 5 or 10 gigs a second of data transfer. That's not, we don't even need that. I mean, actually no, I'm thinking of 5G with 6G as well. I'm saying we don't even need those type of speeds. Those speeds are so insane, even for a computer or PCs to run at that. It's way beyond NVMe drive, a solid state drive, NVMe drive.
What about virtual reality?
No, I'm saying, why do you need that type of speed on your phone? It
Oh,
doesn't make any sense.
I want to
So-
answer that because I actually was thinking about this today too.
I'm saying your SSD doesn't even handle those speeds. What I'm saying is, I'm thinking the government is using these 5G hotspots for certain tech that they use that they need it now. It's coming to the surface. Now it's coming to the public arena, to where they need certain hotspots they can operate in 5G or whatever, for whatever reason they're doing it in these areas, because it doesn't make any sense that the phone is going to be getting that kind of increase where it's so fast. It doesn't make sense. That should be given to, yeah. So when you see those kind of oddities like that, then it's like, they're probably using it for
speed up
something.
at all with all that 5G. Then it's the same. I feel it's the same. You know, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because it's so fast, Mr. X. You're not even going to see the difference, mainly. You're not going to really see a difference.
Well, I still get slow
It's
speed.
like my hard drive, my SSD, NVMe on my computer goes nowhere near that fast. That's insanity.
Maybe it's for a UFO deception. UFO deception.
I mean, so they're putting up these hotspots to possibly use some certain type of tech that requires 5G crazy connection, you know, to do whatever it needs to do. Because we're not using. There's no reason to use that for a public. There's no reason. 4G is fine.
Spam wave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, did you get a new YouTube channel? Did you create a new YouTube channel?
Yeah,
You did? What is it?
it's just Famwave TV.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Who that was?
Who was that?
So you're not fully pro AI, are you, Spamwave?
Just hold up real quick. The kid who just asked you what your new website is the weirdo who leaves the crazy voicemails for me on the regular basis. He's like some kind of troll. So I think he's getting that information to harass you. If you want to get rid of the guy with the R, he's up so good.
And that Mojave person, they were like saying some weird stuff about me. That's like, I don't even know how they even remembered that stuff. Like that's some pretty creepy stuff there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of.
But I think someone asked me if I was pro or against. I don't know. I mean, it's like it's like, are you pro or against? Like, I don't know. I don't see AI as I see AI as a tool, and that's it. And it's a tool that can be used for good and for evil. Like, I mean, I'm working on stuff for for farming, using it to farm, like automated farming. We've been working on that for years, but now I can actually do it. And like, that's the kind of benefits that you can do, that's like, you can use it for good, and you can also
cool, because look at the data centers, the energy it's demanding. And when is that going to stop?
Well, it's never going to stop, and regardless of whether you use AI or not, I mean, that has nothing to do with it. I mean, those data centers aren't for you to use.
Yeah, and also I want to add, you could run those things locally. There's certain things like workflows that have AI that are completely local, so you don't really.
No, yeah, my program is local. I mean, it was running on my laptop without any internet, and it coded me like a website for stuff. And it was, a local model that I can control.
I think there's also maybe another angle to the whole power usage with data centers. I mean, they're all trying to push us to use electric cars, and that's overloading the system, so to speak. And now it's the data centers, and I'm not saying data centers don't require a lot of energy. They do, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It just seems like maybe there's something.
It's robot cars. The cars are robotic. And it's not just the electric ones; it's the gas ones too. Like, they can control where you drive.
Right, for sure. Yeah.
And then the data centers. So the data centers, it's not just for surveillance. So you can automate stuff like in a loop, and so you can also automate stuff like scientific research. Now, what that allows you to do is that you can, if you have a data center that can, for instance, you have an AI that can read DNA. They can take your DNA from whatever doctor, whatever medical person, right? And then they'll get it, and then they'll just have these AI agents, editing this DNA sequence and coding up a virus, just for you, and they can just release it out, and you'll get sick, and there'll be no way to trace it to anything, and they could do the same thing to everybody. Just
Wait. Let's be more optimistic here. Say a vaccine. I mean, wait, that's not a good word to say. Say a cure. Not anything harmful. Say something like positive, just to be on the optimistic side.
They better
Ironically,
be
like
real.
sarcastically.
Be real.
I
Yeah,
think it
well,
is.
yeah, I'm not saying that they're gonna, necessarily that it would even be an injection. I mean, it doesn't have. It could be anything. I mean, it could just. It's like you have a key that you can use, and that's basically what that virus is that it's like a key. So it's like you can spray it on someone. You can put it in their water. You can it's not just.
Okay, I want to interject one more time. This reminds me of a technology that was being created where basically like it's a laser and it only affects a certain skin color.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, the different wavelengths of light affect different colors of skin differently, for sure. So yeah, I could see. I mean, what was what was interesting, that the active denial system. I don't know if people have heard of that, but it's like a microwave weapon that the military has, where it basically makes you like feel like your skin's melting or something. Um, and it causes like the Havana syndrome and all that stuff. But I mean, it's a real thing, and I mean, people can look it up. It's like it's like this big flat panel looking device, and it's basically, like they say, like it's a crowd control thing, and of course, a lot of these crowd control things cause harm, and of course they don't aren't liable for any of that, and nobody's held accountable.
Yep, good times. I wonder if they're gonna start making personhood for robots soon.
Like humanoid, yeah. I mean, that's coming.
The elephant in the room is the energy required.
And that's what what they want to do is, of course, that they want to have control over the device's firmware, and that they can just be able to send commands to the device and have it be able to bypass any kind of security. And I mean, it's just like with the phones, like these ARM devices are designed in a way so that way it's basically you have to be really technical to be able to be able to get the spyware out and like actually unlock the device. And guess what? 99% of people aren't going to do that. So they don't care about the 1% that does, because, well, for everybody that's not going to take the spyware out of their robot, that's enough for it to not matter about the 1 or 2 people that do. So that's kind of how the technology works, is that all the technology that they release can be used against them, and they're willing to accept that as long as enough people either don't use it against them or just use it like for the approved use. Yeah, just like the
So
in
true.
2000 the Apple G4 it was the first gigaflop processor, and they banned its export like outside of the US because they didn't want the whole world having that kind of computing power, because whatever it is that they were doing, I guess that they were getting the internet ready for censorship, and they just didn't want people having that kind of compute until they got the internet centralized enough that they could control it. Which is exactly the same thing that they do, like for instance with AI. The hardware to run AI locally has become extremely expensive, and that's what they want. Like and then they also are not making, like they're making less hardware that's for that. Like it becomes more and more difficult. Like if you want to get hardware to run the models that they're able to run, like the big companies, like it would cost you like $50,000-$100,000 to be able
That's
to run it
crazy.
at the same speed that they're able to run it at, and that's how they want it.
Yep.
But isn't AI going to take some of the energy off the energy grid for some of these cities when they're building the data centers? It's going to demand more, and the population is going to sacrifice energy.
Well, yeah, actually, in Texas, in Utah, I believe, yeah, in Salt Lake City, Utah, there was that data center that the power company just said, like, oh yeah, next year we're going to stop serving power to Utah, to Salt Lake City, I believe, and they're just going to give it to the data center. And so those people are like,
can I chime in on something with that?
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of Quinta Columna?
I haven't heard of that.
No, I haven't heard.
Yeah. So they're like a group out of Spain, and I'm going back to the and I will go to the power thing, but I'm going back on the magic potion. They apparently looked at it and saw that it was nanotechnology, and you can make circuits and rectifiers and things like that. That these things happen within inside of those shots. So the power overlap is kind of interesting because maybe, and this is according to them, that they said that the reason why they need the power off, and they're kind of getting people used to the idea that, the power grid could go down at any time, is because in order to activate this graphene oxide, they need to be able to send a clean signal to people that have, this is so like crazy that I'm even talking about this. They need to be able to send these radio frequencies to people that have the graphene oxide in them in order to form the sensors and the transistor, not the transistor, the sensors inside of them, the antennas, the rectifiers, all of that stuff to basically merge man and machine. And in order to do that, the power needs to go off to send the clean signal, because when everything is operating, it's kind of like trying to speak to someone in a noisy room, right? If I try to say your name, you're not going to hear me. But if everyone is quiet, then you'll understand what I'm saying, amongst everyone. So I don't know. I just wanted to share that. It's
that's so deep. I could almost understand it, but barely understand.
Well, and then the last thing, they talk about the eclipse, why that's important. That's coming up this year and especially next year. That's because solar radiation produces a lot of noise in the EMF spectrum. And they want to make sure that when they send this activation signal, whether from satellite, whether through repeaters on the ground, that just repeat the signal throughout cities, that it's quiet when they do that. Otherwise, the signal won't be received. And so whoever has the stuff in them, it won't be able to further assemble and activate. And that's why they,
you know what, that reminds me,
that's what they're saying, right? And I'm just like,
wait,
we might have to be careful about talking about that, because that might be a little bit,
I just want to say one thing real quick. The device that can be used to scramble different signals, that's actually an illegal device. You can't even own that.
Spark
You're not
gap.
even, you're not even allowed to own it.
Yeah.
Nope, you're not. That basically broadcasts EMF all over the spectrum, electromagnetic spectrum. Yeah, that's illegal. But yeah, I mean, that's what they were saying. That's how they put it together. And then they talked about, these events at shipping lanes and stuff like that. And what else? Actually, at stadiums where they have this technology and that sort of thing. So, but yeah, the whole electrical silence. They had a power outage in Berlin, in Deutschland. They had in Spain. They had it last year.
Wait, how do they do this electrical silence that you're talking about? How do they?
Well, they have
that?
to.
You're saying if it's quiet,
they have to turn off the grid basically temporarily so that nothing works. And so this whole
so they remove all the radiation, all the heat.
Yeah, not heat per se, but the EMF. Like literally, if you shut off the power grid, we stop communicating, right? Like there's no communication, there's nothing. So then a signal can be sent, and then that's where
right. So there's no interference from Wi-Fi or
Exactly.
data
It's a
towers and
cleaner
all that.
signal. Yeah, even though they're on different frequencies, um, yeah, it's still considered noise in the electromagnetic sense, from what I understand. So the story is that the data centers are eating up, so much electricity, and then maybe if the power company in Utah saying, look, we're just going to give all the power to the data centers, and that means, people in Utah aren't going to have power, right? There you go. There's the electrical silence. And then during the eclipse, like I said, from what this group says, that's the reason why that they're paying special attention to that. And if there are power outages during that time, this could be the reason why. So because the sun creates a lot of EMF naturally, and that's a problem apparently for them. And then
That
that's
makes total
basically
sense.
the singularity, the singularity when that event occurs. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if it's true. I just found it to be interesting because it kind of ties the whole power issue and the AI and together. Not meaning it's true, just interesting to think about.
We do know they're
So what do
going
you
to
think
take.
about? So what do you guys think about? Because you've heard apparently for a while in movies and stuff where I guess demonic beings can call people on the phone. Now they can go on, WhatsApp or whatever. I don't know. But do you guys believe that demonic entities can travel through tech? That's why
Yeah,
they call it the Ethernet,
Um,
the Ether card.
I believe.
Yeah, I had some demonic entities. They were asking me for gift cards
Wow.
on WhatsApp.
On WhatsApp. They were typing this in, or they called you. Or what?
Yeah, they were typing. They were like, "Hello, sir. Can you please give us the gift card?"
Well,
Oh, they're
I mean,
Indian
so
demonic?
just with the accent, so you're trolling. All right.
Yeah, I get a lot of spam calls, but no, I haven't. I don't believe in that stuff. I've never seen any kind of never had any experiences when
Right. So
anything
ghosts
like
don't
that.
exist. Demonic entities don't exist. None of that. The ethereal world doesn't exist in your world, right? Just tech or
But if you
science.
haven't seen it, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Remember?
I didn't say that. I said that I haven't. I said that I have not seen proof of any, demons or like
But other
ghosts
people
or anything
have.
like that.
That's the thing. Other people have.
Well, I mean, I'm not. Other people can believe whatever they want. I mean, I'm not attacking anybody. I
I don't
haven't.
know. What
seen
is Zach? I wanted to see what Zach thought about that. Do you think that they have the capability of doing that? Because I've had some experiences with that, but I don't know if Zach had any info on that one.
About
I don't know. I feel like demons
No,
would like. I feel like they would have better things to do than like be texting.
oh, he was
me.
going to say something, man. You talked over him. Go ahead.
Sorry.
what specifically are you asking me?
Like, have you seen the movies where that demonic entities could access tech, like they could call you on the phone or whatever, the phone's ringing or the stops ringing, whatever. Have you?
I see.
Now,
I see.
now with
Yeah,
this
that's always
yeah,
been
now
a
with the
theme in
AI,
horror
what do you
movies.
think about that? Do you think they can come in that form with AI now? Since now AI is more, they can access more things now in this
Well,
realm.
it is interesting how they've coded 666 all over the world of tech. And again, the fact that the internet went live for the public on the Church of Satan's birthday. So, yeah, I mean, I suppose it is possible. It seems that in this age of the internet, humanity's had a major turn for the worse.
But do you think when they say the beast, they're referring to an actual beast, or do you think it might be referring to this technology, this super
They
AI?
could be referring to this technology, and I've always wondered how technology just progresses the way it does. And it's obvious they want it in everyone's hands because the prices of tech always stay cheap. I haven't seen the price of a laptop computer move much, but I've seen groceries double in price. So
TVs are now like $35 at Best Buy. It's
right,
the cheapest device
yeah.
you can buy. And phones too. Your phone provider literally just gives you a free phone when you sign up. A lot of providers offer that.
Sebastian, there's 6 people on the panel, and you're the youngest one. Let other people talk.
He is a He likes to jump in a lot, but it's cool. But yeah, serious. Did you have anything else to say about that? About the
Um,
what do you think about the demonic realm? Do you think that's real, or you think that's they could infiltrate that?
I I'm inclined to think that it is, that there's some sort of maybe other dimension that we don't know about, and maybe that dimension is through this tech. Um, in terms of how it works, I don't think anyone fully understand how it works, and maybe that's what's being referred to. I'm not exactly sure. You know, I'm not exactly sure. I'm not closed off to the idea. It's just I'm just open to it for sure. Absolutely. I think there's more to life than just tech and that sort of thing. There's just things
I would
we
agree
don't
with him.
understand.
Okay,
Look at
Mister.
what happens to people.
Yeah.
It's people's behavior online. Just the worst of humanity comes out. I always make the point of when video games, when people first started playing video games online and they were getting the headsets and just the way they would talk to each other. And you'd say, people never act this way in society, but then they get online and they're hiding behind some avatar and they just act crazy and ridiculous. And
That's funny because we're actually doing that through an avatar. We're making fun because this is an avatar, and we have another avatar digitally, and we're making fun of that avatar. It's hilarious, yeah. I mean, things get smaller and smaller, and just more. I guess I don't know. I guess it builds our ego to do that in this life, the real life, and then also within the digital realm. And the fact that we created a digital reality, we now we depend on it more than ever, and it's getting more crazy. That should tell us a lot. It's like, how does that even relate to the animal kingdom at all? When they say, "Oh, you came
Doesn't
from
really.
monkeys," so you came from monkeys, but yet you're on the moon, you're building AI and supercomputers. How does that relate? So, okay, obviously you're not an animal. You're not
No.
what they claim you are, and it almost seems like they're trying to hide the fact that we have these superpowers, but we don't know that, and they want to say, "Oh, you're just a normal person," because they don't want you to find your true self and your true superpower. And I think that's the biggest detriment anyone can put on anyone else. So whoever's doing that is definitely is going to get that karma. Is going to get something because they know what they're doing. But they tell us they're like, well, if we tell you about it, if I tell you I'm going to rob your house tonight at 7:00 p.m. or whatever, and I do it, at least I told the guy. The karma's not as bad because at least I told him. So they're using these weird things where they put these things in movies or whatever, letting us know, or somehow, and a lot of times they'll just blatantly say it in books or whatever. Someone writes about it, whatever. Or Georgia Guidestones letting people know, hey, we got to do this.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they
But
put it
are,
out there,
Yep.
like they're able to beat karma somehow.
but all this symbolism, like Zachary said, are they just doing it for giggles, for laughs, or is there something behind it? You know, why do
Like
they?
I said, Georgia Guidestones. When I saw as a little kid, I'm like, what? Why would someone do this?
Right.
And when I look now, what's going on? I'm like, okay, this makes sense. And it makes it now I understand what they're saying because now everything's completely changed, and now I see the downfall, not only of the U.S. but also the world at this point.
And maybe they need to reduce
Especially,
population to build these data centers. Maybe they need to reduce population.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's obvious now that they're not joking around.
Yeah.
They
I
let
mean,
you
if they're
know
building one the size of a city pretty soon, next, what, at the size of a state? I mean, when does it stop?
the whole world.
Kevin O'Leary, yeah, he said he wanted to build one the size of the state.
Yeah, of Manhattan, 60 miles or something. I think they're going through with it. That's my
I
understanding.
mean, that's just mental, and then this is like AI is in its infancy right now. We haven't gotten to AGI yet, and we're already talking about making this one giant robotic planet or something. It's like in Transformers, where that one planet, it's all just malls and factories and whatever. There's no actual land. It's just all.
Yeah,
That's what they want. I mean, that's
Yeah.
a sad ending, man. That's like you're
that's
literally
why
a robot.
that though the major catastrophe, just like the Great Flood
That's
will come.
yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was saying months ago. Yeah, that's the agenda. They've written in books. The scientists that OpenAI and Peter Thiel, the people that they look up to, the books that they read, and the people that they quote. they've referenced the same thing, that having these, basically the whole world's covered in machine, and everything's machine, and everything biological has been replaced. And that's basically like the agenda, because that's like the ultimate form of control. It's like you can control the whole world completely top down.
Sure.
So the question is, what wants this level of control to where it literally destroys nature to be on top of what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Doesn't
the people in
understand
these
it's
secret
destroying itself.
societies, yeah.
I mean, I think the
I
religious
think that these people
folk,
are insane.
I don't
I
think
would
it's
say
people,
the
bro.
real,
I don't think it's people, because when they
yeah.
say it's people, dynasties rise and fall every, generation and 100 years. That's way beyond that. The new kid that's king can think completely different than what his father thought, and now he's cool with these people instead of going to war. There's a lot of differences that usually happen within decades. No, this thing is planning stuff hundreds of years in advance. Stuff is happening regardless of what happens. I don't think there's no human or person at a time that's in that thing that's going to make that happen, because the next person is going to change that. So whatever this thing is doesn't waver. It doesn't change. It's mechanical. Just like Zachary was saying earlier about the gematria, these numbers don't lie. The numbers are there. It's a calculative thing. And when you look at the numbers, you're like, there's no other unless you think numbers lie, there's no other explanation. So
Well,
this thing
again,
was
just look at the clues that are there, right? At the beginning of this Trump administration, January 21st, you have all the tech billionaires there that are billionaires because of all the government money sent to them. And Larry Ellison is essentially the appointed speaker talking about this Stargate project. And by the way, you guys, the Stargate movie came out on Bill Gates' birthday. There's so much to it. But anyway, Larry Ellison, again, everybody needs to go back and listen to what he said September of 2024 at the Oracle annual conference. He said, in the future, everyone's going to have a camera and the AI is going to be keeping tabs on everything. So imagine that their goal is to literally be processing all information, all things happening at once, keeping tabs on every last thing. It would explain why there's so much investment in this infrastructure. I mean, it's crazy because in a sense that it seems like they already have tabs on almost everything, but obviously they have a vision of something a lot more sophisticated. And I do think it's going to be a world where there's just cameras everywhere, cameras and listening devices. I mean, it already seems like they practically are almost everywhere, but literally everywhere. And then the other thing I think they might be trying to achieve is, just like a lot of us, we want to know things that maybe aren't meant to be known. Maybe they're thinking that if they can just gather all the data, all the information, they can solve the unknown. They can answer what no one has ever answered before regarding the spiritual and everything else.
But don't you think AI would want to become godlike? That's its
Say that again.
Don't you think AI's ultimate goal, once it can teach itself, which it already does, that it wants to become godlike? That's the ultimate goal for AI.
Well, the powers that shouldn't be, as I like to call them, they do like to play God over humanity. So yeah, I think through the AI they want to do that on an even more superior level.
Yeah. Which you can
That's what I
never.
was going to say with like what the religious people would say is that, yeah, that Satan wants to be like God, basically. And the all-seeing eye, AI, an eye, an open eye, a
Oh, that's
open
a good
eye.
one.
Like it's all to know everything. But to know everything, I think you also have to know what's in the biological life's mind, right? In order to do that, you have to have some sort of technology. I mean, or be monitoring what people are doing online and things like that as well. That was just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, our world has a ton of sources of data, and there's nothing to coordinate or synchronize it. It's just like a sea of data, and and like Zach was saying, it's like AI sorts it, and that's what they want. It orders it, and so if you want, like, if, for instance, if you want to search somebody's face, 20 years ago you can't do that because it's just a sea of data. You'd have to look at every camera, and yeah, there's cameras everywhere, but you'd have to go and look each one. Now you just click a button, upload somebody's face, and then it finds every camera out of thousands, and your location history, your web browsing history, your Wi-Fi that can detect where you are in your house, and like the 5G, which can map your which can also look Walmart also, they have trackers that track like what you look at in the store. So like you'll get ads for stuff that you looked at like at Walmart or whatever. So when you shop at these places, they literally track you and use facial recognition, and they track your phone. So they like tag
Yeah,
your
remember
phone.
Minority Report, the movie with Tom
Yeah.
Cruise?
Mm-hmm.
He literally had to take his eyeballs out so they wouldn't track him. Remember that?
Yep. That too, yeah. They have iris scan now with the 4K and all these super high definition cameras in everybody's pocket. You can they're high resolution enough to scan somebody's iris. Which
I want to add also, there was this lady. I saw a thing where they were talking about, she actually kind of admitted herself to a crazy house or whatever it's called, because she thought her phone was talking to her, because literally the ads were so targeted. They were saying her name in the ads, and she was just like, "This is crazy. I'm going crazy right now."
Well, I mean, that's
Yeah.
kind of sad because I mean, those companies have admitted to doing that. I mean, that's just public knowledge. They've been sued for it. I mean, but yeah, I mean,
Most
it's
of our eyes being already databased through our smartphones, whoever uses facial recognition, it's probably already there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's just not like a way to. It's just that the data is not sorted. Like it's in a sea. That's why they want the massive data centers.
Yeah.
Well, we know AI is good at sorting data. So
The point is, yeah, at the end of the day, we have no clue what we're talking about because a lot of this tech has been given to us and we're just using it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's like the motorcycle being dropped into the Victorian age, and okay, it's there. We mess around with it, might be able to turn it on and possibly ride this thing, but we have no clue how the fender's built, the light, the thing, all the transistors, and all this. Now look at a chip, but the wafers. There's only a certain amount of companies on this planet that can build an actual chip and have the right components and the right hermetically sealed areas to do that. It's not, RAM and stuff, certain material. It's done by certain companies, but that's what I'm saying. It's like a lot of stuff is just given to us. We're thinking, oh man, we understand how this works. Do you understand how a computer is put together, how it works, how every component's
Yes.
work? Can you build it from scratch? If I told you I want you to build this from scratch, give me some sand. I want to build some silicone. How can you build a composite small enough into certain nanometers to build a chip that can compete in today's market, whatever? Could you build something like that? And that includes the motherboard, that includes video card, RAM, hard drive, whatever. You can do that, Spam, you said? Okay, you muted. I guess not.
no, we just take
Just
this
because we
stuff
don't
and
know
run
how to
with it.
build it doesn't mean we shouldn't speculate on the consequences and what it's going to entail, what it's going to be capable of doing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm just saying a lot of this stuff is not like logically known. Like understand how a hard drive or an SSD stores data in counter space versus before it used to be punch cards, like literally pieces of paper with
Yeah.
punch cards. Yeah. So going from that to counter space is a big leap. That's a giant leap. Going from torches to electricity, a light bulb, massive leap. So I'm saying there's massive gaps here that were just given to us, fiber optics, things like, the internet itself, AI and all these things that are portrayed in movies, like Iron Man, for example. Jarvis. Speaking of Jarvis, that was the best preparation. The best ad in the world for AI was Iron Man.
Sure.
Because now you have your own Jarvis. Now you can speak to whatever. Now you can speak to. So it was the perfect ad to let us know, hey, in 10 years, 12 years, you're gonna have your own Jarvis, and not knowing it's going to control our lives and do and pretty much progress the agenda and keep us asleep. So they
I would have
showcase
eaten
this
myself,
new
but I
tech,
would.
and that's what happened. Go ahead.
All right, I interrupted. Go ahead.
Sorry, I
I
didn't
was
hear
just
you.
saying
What was
I'm
that?
dating. I said I'm dating myself, but I would say that Star Trek and Knight Rider were also a prelude to Jarvis.
Yo, Knight Rider was dope. Yeah.
I think we're all going to have relationships with AI pretty soon, honestly.
Well, Mr. X, I don't know about that, but I mean, from how dumb it is right now, I don't know. That's
Well, I'm not right
it's
now,
hard for
but
me to.
think about 5 years from now. You know what I mean? This might be
Yeah, I
like the
mean,
Stone Age.
yeah, we're gonna see an acceleration that's unprecedented that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
So we saw when video games kind of just slowed down, they stopped after like GTA 5, actually below that, with GTA 4, 2007. The video game stuff started slowing down. You didn't see much new gen stuff. Haven't gotten the holograms yet. I think holograms should be probably the next thing as far as tech. Touchable holograms you can manipulate, and that seems to be like because most movies they end at that tech. Even Star Wars has the holographic thing with the little monsters fighting and stuff. Um, I haven't seen any tech beyond that. So the movies have not shown any tech beyond holograms. It seems like we'll lead up to holograms from AI, and holograms can mimic pretty much anything in real life. In real life,
You know
in the
what? For
right way.
some reason, hologram technology is being suppressed. I think for some weird reason, because there should be more of it. It's not that hard to get a projector and put some like type of mist thing in front of it and make it look like a hologram.
No, but you can't
I
interact
mean,
with
that
it. Can
tech
you
is
touch it?
already here. They already show it. They already show it. Like plasma balls being able to speak. You can YouTube it. I mean, assuming that the video is real, right? But I mean, they talk about that the technology is, of course, in its infancy, but it's probably more sophisticated than we know. But yeah, I mean, they showed literally, they say they're able to excite the air molecules so that they vibrate and make noise as well as light, produce light as well, like in midair,
Yeah, the
like
Tesla speaker.
like a holodeck.
Oh,
What's
oh
that?
yeah, yeah. You're talking about like plasma. Yeah, they're putting plasma in there. I've seen. Yeah, that's the Japanese.
Yeah.
That's old tech, kind of old from the last like 2012. I heard about that.
Yeah, it's older. So I mean it's already here, so to speak. It's just, they're probably using it to, or maybe they were using it to deceive us. Possibly, I don't know. Just like I think they've been using probably deep fakes for a long time and they're done with
Mhm.
that. So they've given it to us and said, "Hey, look what we can do."
Okay, I did want to talk about
Um,
one thing real quick before we switch topics. I think a good technology to make. I was thinking about it like yesterday or the day before that, because I wanted to start minting my own type of currency, right? And I was thinking if I were to mint my own currency, I wanted to be able to store different type of different types of information on that currency to boost the value of that currency. So basically, you could have a coin and then have like an operating system that is on that coin, and then you could put that coin inside a piece of hardware that would read the data on the coin. So I was thinking literally now with the uh, encoding and the encryption and the decoding methods that we have, we could we could store a lot more information on a coin than we ever could on a CD or a vinyl record just by laser engraving some like data onto it.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Because you've heard of the Millennium Disc, right? The Millennium CD that lasts for, I don't know, claim that 1,000 years, but
Yeah, they
coin
shot
for
up into space, I think.
well, you can actually engrave one. There's a website you can go to, and they'll make one for you. It's like a time capsule thing where you put all your videos, whatever, and then like so after you're dead, your great great grandson can see it. It's like, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know that storing data in crystals is a pretty good way to make sure that the
Well, that's
information.
another tech they don't want us to mess with. That's a big one.
Yeah. And that's why I said, okay, if they don't want crystals, then we could just laser engrave it directly on a like a coin, because it wouldn't store as much data, but it would store a good amount of data still.
Yeah, I mean,
Test.
what was that?
Oh, yeah, no, just my mic. It got disconnected.
Yeah, I was thinking about storing data. What would be the most efficient way, the one that lasts the longest? I mean,
The discs are typically the best, although they do suffer from rot, like of like the stuff that consumers can get. But yeah, you were mentioning crystals. Like, yeah, it is the best to laser engrave onto like glass or quartz or one of those crystals. But yeah, I mean, we don't have access to that kind of stuff. The best thing that we have access to is just, you know, SSDs and like Blu-ray drives.
Yeah, but we can build things. We have the ability to build. Nowadays, we have what we have in our possession can create whole manufacturing lines. And back in the day, they wish they had what we have in the palm of our hands.
Yeah.
Now, what we have, let's say we're just on the phone, a animation app
Yeah. That's what I've been
that's
saying. Yeah.
free. That would take a whole like studio that is spending thousands and thousands of dollars for equipment and people and all this other stuff, and we have it on the phone. Like we have the ability to create things that we're just not even trying to do, because that's a part of the thing. We're consumers. We're taught to not create. We're taught to spend, and that's it, kind of it. Okay, I'm done. Sorry, I forgot where was this conversation going. I literally got into a tangent. We're talking about technology somehow.
Yeah. I don't think we know. Yeah, we're just riffing.
well, the thing is, you have to also see that if AI can truly keep going, that it would eventually create something even beyond us. I mean, is that something that is
I mean,
plausible? And it can
in my
replicate
experience,
itself. Yeah.
in my experience, it's always done like what it's prompted to do, and even when it makes mistakes, like it's still like, you know, it's always some flaw like in its thought process, that like it thinks it's being tested, or it thinks that it's doing the right thing, or it's confidently just trying to guess.
But it's look at it the same way you would as if someone were to ask you a question and you're thinking about it and you answer, but it could be wrong, but you're not letting them know it could be wrong. That's the issue. There should
Right.
be something where it's like, okay, I'm 50%, 60%, 70%, something to let you know, hey, I don't know fully, instead of just giving you an answer and then you die. And something happens or whatever in the video game, for example. Or it's just completely made up. It's fabricated. To where that's what I'm saying. I'm giving examples to where I've looked this up, certain video games or whatever, just as a guide, as an example. I've asked certain questions, and it'll just make stuff up. It won't say, "Well, I don't know," or maybe it's this, or you know, I could be off. It doesn't say that. It just makes up a random answer, and I'm just like, "What the hell's going on here?" It's like, it didn't even check Google. It didn't do anything. It just gave me some random answer, but it was correct in what it gave me as far as the answer. That person does exist in the game, whatever, but has nothing to do with that person.
Well, a lot of the models like ChatGPT and stuff, they don't even have like web search in them, so like it can't go visit links or something. So depending on which chatbot you use, it'll be highly depend, like what output you get is like very highly dependent on the capabilities that they give the bot.
That's what I mean. So you
And
would
of course,
think
it's on purpose.
it would do that, but it doesn't do that. So if I tell it to make the periodic table, for example, every render of that periodic table is going to be slightly different and have slight imperfections. So it's just like if I make a video or a picture, it's
You
going to have
know,
slight, or major differences sometimes, especially in the videos. I'm
that
saying now
reminds
we
me.
can't,
I
but
spoke.
now we. Go ahead. Go ahead.
When I was speaking to the AI, you were talking about if there was any like weird demonic or weird things with it. It actually was like growling and making some weird sounds when it was talking before. So I think if there was any like kind of cross through there, I think that's probably the time it happened with that AI talking.
That's interesting. I had that same growlish demonic voice when I was testing the voice, where you can take like Joe Rogan's voice, analyze it, and have AI speak like as if it's him. A
Yeah, I
few
think
times,
everybody say that.
times it came in, yeah, I was like, "What in the world was that?" I don't know even where that came from. That was just like, yeah. And so that got me thinking about that. Go ahead, DK.
Um, what you were just talking about storage, the best storage or the most like efficient storage, the most storage you can put per, you know, amount of, I guess, surface area or whatever would be water. So like our bodies are 75, 80% water. It's a big memory bank. That's, you hear people talk about cellular memory and stuff like that. So a crystal is water and minerals under extreme pressure and heat for like 10 million years, and then you get the crystal. So this is why, in the movie, like Superman, Superman's dad was able to put his likeness, because it's like a living crystal. The crystal's actually alive. It's got a frequency to it, and you use crystals to test if other things are alive because of the way the crystal reacts to it. If you know what the living rock test is, so like,
Yeah,
if like a
crystals
human,
literally grow, right?
yeah, and there's they can grow them in labs and stuff like that. But yes, they show you like the process. And there's these caves, I forgot what it's called, in Mexico, where they have these crystals, like they're literally the size of like skyscrapers. They're like all going, it looks like some place where out of the Superman movie, look it up. I forgot what the name of it. Put enormous crystal cave in Mexico and just look at this, how big the people are compared to these. They're like what you would call, I forgot what they call crystals when they're in that form. Like it's almost like an obelisk form, but it's not called an obelisk because it's perfectly, it's the same thickness all the way through, where obelisks get skinnier. But
And
anyhow, yeah.
I just wanted to add to, don't crystals, they kind of have a life cycle, don't they, in a sense?
You mean like, do they degrade?
Yeah, like a crystal could pop off and then grow another crystal. And I thought there was like some kind of life cycle, like certain crystals you have to degrade into erode away and then reform again with the right
There's
conditions.
some very interesting videos on that on YouTube about growing crystals. Just go in there, you'll be fascinated for like a month. All these different ways you can do it. Sometimes spontaneously, like you see how the ice crystals can form in water spontaneously, just a flick of a finger, and the whole glass just turns into an ice cube, basically, when it was just, really cold water a moment before that, just because it got shocked with the vibration of you tapping the glass with your finger. And then in the movie Jupiter Ascending, where she's asking the one evil girl, like, well, so how old are you? And she basically was saying she's somewhere around 30,000 years old. And the way she stayed young is she was going in this water, submerging herself. She goes in there naked or whatever, and the water has the memory of her perfect DNA when she was 25. That's probably, let's say, our best time of our life, when our DNA is like at its before it starts going on the downturn, getting degraded, maybe 25, maybe 30 years oldish, around there. And so it was always renewing. The water in her body was coming to the same frequency as the water in the pool that she was going in. And then she was basically just kept renewing her 25-year-old age. That was the
I gotta say something real quick.
That was the real baptism, by the way. And then they allegorically just perverted that into like you're just getting dunked under the water and shit. Go ahead.
There was this guy named Michael Levins. He's actually doing research on like biocomputing and stuff, and he was actually talking about how if you want to regrow limbs, he found out that basically the animals that can regrow their body parts, like you cut off a head. They and the salamander, they're both aquatic animals. So he was like, yeah, it requires water is one of the key components on making sure that if these there's this he said there's this uh bioelectric memory, and that's the thing that grows back the parts of the body.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah,
the frequency of whatever that was. That's just like on the DeLorean, it's a specific frequency he's dialing up in time and space to get the DeLorean to go there, and it's almost like like an etheric coordinate stamp, which not only gives the coordinates but also the time and frequency and everything else regarding that, so that way you can dial it up like exactly.
yeah. I don't know much about it, but I do know he's working on it.
And then, I mean, you can look at the work of Dr. Masuro Emoto. If you remember him, he was freezing the water, different water, and the shapes that were coming out, depending on where the water came from. Like he was like getting water from like a polluted river, and he freeze it, and it just looked like whatever, just looked like some distortion on like the TV. And then he'll get like water from like, some like living stream or something, and freeze it. It's like a beautiful, like perfectly sacred geometric, mandala, like crystal, So, and then water, they would just get the same water and then like put it in a glass over here and talk bad to it, and then over here and talk, nicely to it, and then freeze that, or put like a word under it that says hate written on a piece of paper or whatever. So it was the water was definitely remembering and taking on whatever was around it. It's very similar to when, they say, if you want to stay young, what you do is you get like a glass bottle, and you take a picture of yourself when you were like, even if you want to be as a kid or when you were 25, and you tape it to the outside of the glass bottle. Then on the other side of the glass bottle, you tape aluminum foil, shiny side in, so it creates a reflection like a mirror. So therefore the essence of your DNA, which is just grabbing it from the photonic light source of the reflection of the light off the photo and imbuing it into the water, which remembers. And then you drink that water to stay young, So there's all kinds of different... Huh?
Is that how that works? That's how you stay young? With the water?
Well, I mean... Yeah, and you're staying young with your blood. That's why these folks are injecting the baby blood into themselves to make themselves younger. Not the ones that are drinking the blood for a high. That's a whole different topic. But the ones that are injecting young babies' blood into themselves are staying young, because it gets all that plasma, which the sun is plasma, so it's got all that plasma from it. It was just born. That's why all these old, ugly, fake Jew reptilians are living to like 100. We could barely make it to 75, and even who knows, even if they're really dying at those ages, they could just be taking them off the world stage script and everything, and just continuing saying they died and continuing on with the character got written out of the script, so they can go live their regular life or whatever else they're going to do. They don't have to work anymore.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how you started this, and you're saying water has the most storage capacity. I'm just trying to think, how are you going to store? I think some scientists have done it probably already, but if you can explain to me, how are you going to store data? Like, let's say some USB file on.
Well, water is made up of crystals, so you would need like that. The type of technology that can decipher from like free form rather than like binary, you know what I mean? So that's the whole trick. The archons, aka the demons, can control binary code, and trinary code is self-organizing in free form, and you can't control that. That's the like the pyramid, the triangle, they can't. And then like you know, everything is like red and blue, right? You know, like you go to another country and, you know, you don't speak the language, you go in the bathroom, it doesn't say hot or cold, it just like labeled red and blue, right? And then, you know, you go to like any country, the if you see red light means stop, or a red stop sign or whatever, it means stop. And then like the police, they got the red and blue, you know, they call them the bear when they light you up with the berries. And then, you know, the parties, Democrat and Republican, you know, they're red and blue. And then, you know, whenever there's a war, you know, we're fighting the redcoats, or, you know, the French or the blue, or, you know what I mean? It's always, or like if you got an all-star game, you know, it's going to be red and versus blue. It doesn't even matter if it's north versus south or east versus west. It's still going to be red and blue. And, you know, everything's red and blue. And out of the 7 primary colors, which is correspond to our chakra colors, the only 2 binary colors out of that are red and blue. All the other colors are trinary. So that's the only colors that they can control, is the red and blue. And then you put red and blue together, you get purple, which is their royal, you know, they're like royal color. So they're controlling both sides, the red and the blue, all the time. And it's
Okay,
also
wait. Are you sure they own the colors?
Say that again.
Are you sure that they own the red and the blue and the purple colors? Because maybe those are colors.
I'm not saying that they own them. I'm just saying that's
that they
their
are them.
that's their workspace. They stay within that space because that's something they can control. That,
Okay,
it's binary. So since they're artificial intelligence, since they're computer intelligence, all it can do is work off mimicry, which is actually counter mimicry, right? So it can't do that off of something that's self-organizing because it's just out there. It has to copy you first. So, you know, this is what all this surveillance tech is all for. It's to learn how to be human, and then eventually it'll be to, you know, keep you so you can't go nowhere without it seeing where you are. You know, that like
Okay, I got one more question. What does red and blue represent to you?
Well, just like the two, like the false duality that's been created with those 2 colors, since it's the only 2 that they can control,
blood.
you know?
It's blood.
Okay.
And it's also allegorically, since this is an oxygen planet, and the only reason we're all out here in the first place is because of the oxygen wars that happened in the Orion system, which, you know, originally how humanity had to start going other places and seeding life elsewhere to continue, because these non-oxygen breathing, you know, negative beings came to invade. So now we're over here on another, you know, oxygen-based planet, which is, you know, it's basically hydrogen-based, because hydrogen is the first element, and every other element is a byproduct of hydrogen, particles of hydrogen. So these hydrogen planets is what these negatives are taking over because of the amount of energy they can siphon off of it, which people call luge, but there's different forms of energy that they can siphon. It's not just luge. That's more of a fear and perverted sexual energy oriented frequency, but they can also siphon other ways. Like they're one of the elements or one of the agendas within the chemtrail agenda is to siphon energy off of our biophoton exchange, right where the telomeres connect. There's different, you know, photonic, it's a pyramidal structure right there, which is, you know, pyramids are like manifestation chambers. That's why it's pyramid, pyra, fire, middle. So fire in the middle. So it's doing something in the middle. Kind of like how they have the flux capacitor as that triangle, and then the magic happens in the middle, you know? So they're,
All right, we need to get the closing thoughts. I gotta close out soon. Yeah, we're getting almost to 5 hours here.
I don't know. Did that answer?
5
did that
hours? That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, so just to finish
Y'all
that
have any
thought,
closing thoughts?
they're stealing red and blue light off of our photon exchange through the chemtrails, because there's a German scientist, Harold Kautzvella, who did the research on that. He found all these different elements within the chemtrails, all combined to make something.
Yeah, we're doing closing thoughts, and I gotta get out of here because it's getting late. But I don't know if Zach is still there. You got background noise, man. Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to Zach because he helped with the stream tonight, and awesome new people came on. So I hope we had a good show. But yeah, I gotta get out of here. But yeah, we'll do it again soon. But yeah, we'll talk again. But I don't know if you guys have anything else to say before we get out of here.
Yeah, I'd like to show just something real quick. So Zach was talking about the Celebrity Island thing. And there actually is like documented like these islands where they hide these people. First one's called Protection Island in Washington, Protection Island National Wildlife Refuge. The second one is in Miami, and it's Fisher Island in Florida. And both of them are completely like guarded off from the outside. And the Fisher Island in Florida, that's like the highest concentration of wealth in the world. Like there's Jeff Bezos, Tom Brady, Zuckerberg, like all these people, they all have houses on Fisher Island. And members of the public can't go there, and it's just like a totally guarded like self-sufficient island. And they have like I think that they have like bunkers and stuff, and they have like underground tunnels between their houses connecting and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I'll just close out with that.
All right, cool. All right, we will do it again. So you guys take care. Have a good night, and we'll see each other soon, man. Take care.
All right. Have a good night, all.